Welcome, Harvey. Good to see you. How are you doing, buddy? I hope everything is okay with you. And I see we have three other more viewers. Well, two now. One is Harvey, but who is the other one? Oh well. People will pop in after a couple of minutes, I guess, as usual. They always pop in late, but what the heck? They will pop in sooner or later. So, how has your day been, Harvey? I hope your day has been okay, Harvey. Well, I hope your knee will and wrist will feel better soon. I really hope so. It hurts, but all you can do, buddy, is take it easy and get some rest. So, well, my day has been, well, pretty cool actually. I haven't done that much. Just take it easy. So, I'm happy with that. And I have watched some YouTube videos and watched some streams and wait for Hey Jack. I believe it's morning. Yeah, it's morning in Australia now, Jack. Yeah. It's not these time differences makes me confused sometimes. Hey Jack.
Hey, mate. How you going?
Yeah. How are you doing, Jack?
Hanging in there, like everyone else.
Yeah. How has your day has not begun yet, I guess. I guess you just woke up or finished your breakfast.
Can you hear me? Oh,
Yeah.
there we go. Okay, now you can hear me. Must have messing around with this. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
No, I've been saying, but you couldn't hear me. I'm still in the same time zone as you, mate.
Okay.
So, but it's always morning.
Yeah, but it's evening here, so
I know. What is it? 2000, 8 p.m. Whatever.
yeah. So these time zones are really confusing sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, Harvey.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
everywhere, man.
Yeah, it's 2 p.m. Eastern time. Eastern time are 6 hours behind me, so
Oh, he's online 24/7.
yeah, he's probably online 24/7. He is probably.
Well,
People,
wherever I go, wherever I pop in, he's there. He's keeping
yeah,
an eye out. Yeah,
yeah,
like a hawk,
it's the
man.
same for me. It's same for me. When I go to a stream, I can bet on that Harvey is there,
Yeah.
and he is.
Although I know where I haven't seen him at Christian Prince's live stream and who else? Sam Shamoon's live stream. Haven't seen him there. So they're
Uh,
Christian channels, but still, like I don't see any names from the prepper communities.
I
Those
haven't
channels.
been. I'm not familiar with that channel, so I might check it up.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah, Harvey. I just bop around as I have time.
That's a lot of bopping, man.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot of bopping. That's Harvey. Oh, yeah.
See if I can find links to those channels. I think I'd just go through my bloody subscription, but now I'm scrolling.
Yeah, I know. It is basically a nightmare to go through all you have subscribed to, all the whole that list. It's a lot.
I'll probably miss it. I'll probably skip right over it as I'm scrolling, but it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Not the first time for that. Actually, I could just search for it quicker. Even quicker. There we go.
Oh yeah. That's Harvey. Harvey, he's a great guy. So, and he has a sense of humor.
This guy's a legend.
Yeah.
Not all Harvey's a legend, that's for sure. But Christian Prince is a legend. Let me find the next one.
Christian Prince.
Yes.
Is that the channel?
Yes. That's the link to the channel.
Yeah.
And Sam Shamoon, he's like a walking encyclopedia, or I don't know what to call him.
Okay.
He can literally, off the top of he's talented. He can,
Yeah.
off the top of his head, list. This is Sam Shamoon. This guy Sam, he can literally quote texts, verses from the Bible, from the Quran, from the Hadith. Yeah, off the top, he just has that talent in him to, to just say it all. But Christian Prince, he's an Arab who's qualified. What's the word for it? He's finished university, a university level degree in law in the Arabic states, in one of the Sharia law countries. So he has he has everything memorized practically as far as Sharia law, the Quran, and the Bible as well. So they're both each in their own different way, So, but they're excellent. when it comes to either Christianity or Islam, one or the other. They know it all off by heart. But Sam's a good debater. Sam Shamoon is a good debater. Christian Prince, he just likes putting people in their place. But you can learn a lot from him. I can.
Yeah.
We all can.
Uncle Al just popped in.
Where is he? I don't see him. Wait a minute.
He's. I missed him because I saw Harvey said, "Cheers, Die Bullfrog 79," and what? Where is he? Where is he?
Yeah, I watched the video just today where he wasn't wearing a hat. I'm like, what's the deal with that?
Yeah.
Where's the consistency?
Yeah. He always have different hats on his videos.
Yeah, but I watched one where he wasn't wearing a hat. I'm like, that's not
Yeah.
right. Is this an imposter?
Well, Uncle Al is Uncle Al, and he's a good guy.
I'm not on
Okay.
Twitter, man. Harvey, I'm not on Twitter. I don't have a Twitter account. Or Facebook or Instagram.
Yeah. I was just watching some vids out of Melbourne.
Yeah, there's stuff going on there.
Yeah, I earlier this day I had a little short conversation with Oz.
Homestead Oz.
Yeah, Homestead Oz, and the situation there were not that good.
Hi, everybody. Hi,
Hey,
Jordan.
Uncle Al.
It's Jack, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
correct.
Right. Sorry, I have stroke
Remember my
damage,
name.
so I have to be careful. And
No,
sometimes
you're good.
I don't wear the hat because I can have the pressure on my head. Um,
Excuses. I thought it was an
right.
imposter.
No,
I
it's
honestly,
me.
I thought it was an imposter. There's an Uncle
No,
L video without a hat on his head. I said, this must be an imposter.
no,
It's
it's
not
just
Uncle L.
it's
No, just Uncle
little
Al.
little me. I've been running around. I did like 6 live streams yesterday because everybody keeps inviting me. I get kind of tired. Last one lasted in 2 in the morning, and I was talking to somebody in Saudi Arabia on atmospheric condensers, and I said, "You live near the United Arab Emirates? Ask them. They have a whole bunch in their yards. You know what's an atmospheric condenser, right, guys? It, it,
No.
it it's a vapor capture. It captures
Yeah,
water vapor in the air and turn it into water.
yeah,
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, and since they're in a desert, it's ideal for them to have free water. Just you have to have the electricity to pump the air through the machine and produces the water. Basically, it's like a dehumidifier, but on a bigger scale.
okay.
Okay.
It's dehumidified. If you're in a humid area, uh, dehumidified the room so you can breathe, and it's a lot cooler and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Sucks all the vapor out of the walls if you have
Yeah.
it like that.
Uh huh. So, Jordan, how
yeah.
do you like the book so far?
Well, I haven't begun reading it yet, but I will.
I read too
So,
fast. That's why I have 6 Bibles. It's like
One's not enough.
I know because I don't like the King James. I go back and read the other ones. My friends look at me when I was in, I think, missionary school. They always look at me. You have so many books, and they said this is the one true book. Yeah, but I'm reading different versions of it. Go away. I'm a bookworm, a nerd.
Well,
Uncle Al, I believe you had a reason that you wanted me to read this specific book.
Right.
I know you always, when you recommend a book to me or to someone else, you always have a reason behind it. So I want to know what's your reason is you wanted me to read that book.
Because a lot of places nowadays, these new purple channels on YouTube, survivalist channels, the book's true to its form. You know, when you read it, you get the direct information from book to you. You get the information. A lot of new prepper channels are kind of diluting the stuff inside the book, and by the time it gets out there, remember the old kids game telephone? You tell a secret to one kid, and the next kid kind of dilutes it, and then the next kid like, yes, Bobby was at third base, and by the time you get it at the last kid, Bobby's dead. He was killed by aliens.
who's on first? No, what's on first? What's on
Yeah.
second? No,
It,
who's on
it
first?
yeah, it gets more diluted as each kid rethinks it and tries to explain it to the next kid. So if you read it directly from the book told you to get, it'll tell you the basic things of what you need to know, and it's not diluted as it goes down.
This book.
Yep.
I
Because it,
have I have looked through it, and it seems to be a lot of good stuff
yep.
and lots of good information in it. So I'm
Right.
happy with it.
Yeah, but you have to go through it. You pick and choose what fits in your situation. There's certain things in there you can't do in Sweden because I don't think they
Because
enjoy
of the
it.
laws.
Yeah, but there's other things you could do, like instead of packing all your gear on your back, put it on a cart. That's a lot easier, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, you just pull it, and they do have these really. I seen in Sweden on the one TV gardening show, they have a collapsible gardening cart. It folds up, and then when you need it, you unfold it. It has four wheels. You put your stuff in it, and you walk, and take your gardening stuff out to your garden.
yeah.
You,
I have what I have seen in this book so far is some of the information you can apply
to
to our
yours,
conditions here
right?
in Sweden. Some
You,
it's more you can't, or
right?
it's somewhere in between legal and not
Illegal.
illegal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the desert stuff, the jungle stuff, not too hot, but the swampy condition, kind of, because you still have to cross water and messed up soil, and basically it's the wetlands.
yeah. We have wetlands here in Sweden as
That's
well.
right.
So
See, I keep up to date on terrains around the world, so I know the difference, and I understand the laws of each country. The big problem with certain laws, you cannot do certain things. Like in Japan, you can't have certain things in certain urban areas unless you want to see 2 years in a well, they don't have federal; they have national prisons over there, and they
yeah,
say you're a foreigner, so we'll get to you, and you have to provide your own counsel. And like, can I talk to the consulate in 2 years when you get a lawyer? But how can I get a lawyer unless I talk to the consulate? That's your problem. And then nobody sees you for 2 years because you're in a national prison. And then
yeah.
by the time the consulate like, you need a lawyer? Yes, I've been trying to say to you guys for 2 years. So it's like it's different in each country, and you should know the laws of like Australia, America, Sweden, Finland, because it hops around a little differently. And you get to a third world country like, uh, um, what was that weird country I was reading? That they changed the law so many times it's even funny. You can't marry four wives, but it's legal to have a machine gun, and you could pray at the only one church. I'm like, what kind of crazy country is this? And I find out, oh, it's a little, I can't pronounce it. It's an East African name. It's a little tiny country. It's like one of the smaller not territories. Um, you don't have states, but it's a portion of Sweden.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's like
yeah.
a little tiny portion, and it gets too hilarious. But like I said, I stopped by, say hello, read the book, enjoy it. Some of it's kind of like iffy information. Other parts is pretty good. I like the terrorist part. Are you a suspected terrorist? It shows they list you like you're away from family and friends. You have weapons and protective gear, and they noticed your phone calls into weird stuff.
And I like the part about how to trick a pocket thief, pickpocket,
Pickpocket.
and yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, it's it's information, but you get it firsthand, direct. And I check on Black. He's above board, so all his military credentials are correct.
yeah,
Yeah, but like I said, folks, when you read stuff, make sure you check the background of the person because some of these books I've been reading, I have 40 books that I wouldn't trust anymore. It's like you get a stick and you hit the rabbit. Uh, okay, then what? And skips two lines, and then you have a fine rabbit dinner. It doesn't tell you how to prepare it, how to cook it. None of that stuff. You just hit the rabbit stick and you have a rabbit dinner.
and you need to know how to field dress it
Right, right. It's kind
and
of
skin
hilarious.
it.
Yeah, I know. It gets kind of hilarious. Or they said, uh, if you're in a survival situation, you should have a fishing kit.
Yeah,
It doesn't work where I live. It might work in your area, uh, Jordan or Jack's area, because you're close to water. I live in the desert. It's real hard for me to take my fishing kit, throw it into a dry creek at 116-degree heat. I don't think the fish are biting. There's no water.
You
You
sure
I
about
I
that?
agree.
yeah. It's like people look at me like a fishing kit. So I go get fish. I live in a desert. I have dirt and rocks most of the year. It only rains like 3 months of the year. And after that, if it's not a constantly fed creek, it's dry. I mean, how dry is it? There's no fish, no frogs. It's a little dust channel, and you see tumbleweeds rolling down the channel.
Maybe you can find some desert lizards or something to
Right.
catch.
Or I could eat a
Maybe,
rattlesnake. That's always fun. I'll
yeah.
go to a rattlesnake hole, put down a fishing lure, and trying to fish. No, that doesn't work. It's like, because, like I said, things are going crazy. Oh, shoot. What the hell? They just give me an alert on.
Alert.
Don't worry. I got another thing on my laptop. I have one or two screens that tells me something that comes up. I have the house wired too, so I don't trust
Okay.
nobody. If somebody gets too close to the house, I have two 360 cameras, goes on automatic and records, so I could show the police like this is the guy who came up close to my window, and they get big surprise like I wasn't doing that. Show them on my phone. This is you looking into my window because I don't trust nobody. It's like it's a bad habit from the old days. Because when I was young and stupid, I had a one bedroom apartment with a toilet and stuff like that, and I didn't even lock my front door. There was only one entrance in and out of the apartment. And I was doing my business on the toilet, and all of a sudden, two large African gentlemen came into my apartment. They kicked the door. It wasn't even locked. And they start beating me while I was on the loo, the toilet. And they're like, "Where's the money, dude? Where's the money?" I'm looking, I'm getting beaten. I'm trying to do my business. And then, what you call? We fought. because I was young and stupid.
Yeah.
I didn't have any money. This is my apartment. I didn't even have a TV yet. Yeah, I had a stereo, but remember the old stereos with record player?
Yeah.
Yeah, 78 stereo.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, like, oh my God, we're outside in the courtyard fighting. I'm wearing a tank top, no pants. I just took a suppository because I've been sick and constipated. So I'm
Yeah.
fighting for my life. I'm bloodied. The police comes. They break us up. I'm still groggy because I had two large African American guys beat me to a pulp. I don't know where I'm at. And then the suppository kicks in and I poo all over the place. So the young cop there was going to arrest me as a pervert and let go the two African American guys. I'm like, I live here. That's my apartment they just kicked in. Thank God an older policeman came by. He knows me from my early church work. And he said, "Yeah, he's in the art program. What the hell's going on?" He chewed out the young police officer. My apartment door was still kicked in. I was out cold. I found out they put me in an ambulance and stuff. Nobody put a barrier on my door. By the time I got out of emergency room and went back to my apartment, they stole everything in my apartment.
That sucks.
It does. And they even, I had to wear a garbage bag. Okay. It's not fun wearing a garbage bag going through what they left you. They took mostly every, including my bed, my stereo, my dresser, half my clothes, my groceries, the refrigerator, what was not mine, as part of the apartment. And the manager come up and like, "You had a wild party, didn't you?" I'm looking at them like, "No, I got robbed. They kicked down my door." And then he stepped away and like, "I'll get back to you," because it's one of those apartments that owns by a big business. So they fixed my door. They replaced my refrigerator. I had to sign something saying they have security in the complex. And I'm looking at them. What security? These two African American gentlemen came to my apartment. They kicked down my door. They assaulted me. I'm going to take you idiots to court. I settled out of court before it went, but it was horrible. After that, I don't trust nobody.
I agree.
Right. And like I said, I do a lot of church work nowadays because I'm retired and, I usually help the elderly and disabled. So I send them out, seasonal cards.
Yeah.
And, something if they're ill or in bedridden.
Yeah. That's really cool.
Yeah, because nobody ever does it. I tell people you got sometimes stop thinking for yourself and what can you do for your community. And a lot of people it's like, I don't care. I'm taking care of myself or my family. I'm number one. And I look at them like, in the long run, who's going to help you and your family when you need it?
Yeah.
That's always I say that to my church, but and then they'll look around at each other and they don't have a perfectly good answer to come back.
You do a great job, Uncle Al.
Yeah, but a lot of my friends says I got to be careful because I'm getting old. I'm pushing 62. I can't keep dyeing my hair. It'll slowly catch up. I don't care. I do a lot of good work and I'm happy and I'm retired.
Yeah.
And and then I got to, like I said, it's Saturday here. I think Sunday in Australia, and it's
Yeah, yeah,
is it Jack? Is it Sunday in Australia?
correct. Yes, it is. Yes,
Yeah,
yes, sir.
and it's
Saturday evening
yeah,
here.
yeah. So I got to be careful. So it's like my doctor says the third is stroke will be the final stroke. I'm like, let's see. I got assaulted. I got stomped by a Holstein bull. I got hit by a truck. I got blown up in a porta potty. What else can happen? Well, there's other things that happen to old Uncle Al, but
Get
I take
married.
yeah. I don't want to get close to that. Nope, not getting married.
So you want to play it safe, huh?
Yeah, I'm playing it safe. I'm going to remain a bachelor the rest of my life. It's like, uh,
Didn't you get shot as well, Uncle Al?
yeah, I got shot and stabbed. Not from, not from crime or violence or warfare. Usually it's my dates. So after that, I quit dating. It's like, no, I don't think so. I don't think this relation's going to work. Nah,
Reckon?
no. Uh, it's like, no,
Hi, honey. Boom.
yeah,
I don't think we're gonna work out. I don't think
no,
this
no.
is gonna work.
Yeah, like I said, like it. I prefer just remaining single, working at the church. Before that, I used to work at a job. I worked several jobs. I made pretty good money, and then 2008. Oh God, my nephews took most of my um, what you call it? Not currency. I'm trying to think of the word. Um, Finances, because I had two strokes. I'm not. They said I'm mentally deficient in some areas, so they took most of my fortune. Now I'm broke. And I said, "Can't you pay for my insurance?" "Oh no, the state will cover you. They'll even give you a free card for food." Wait, do you know how much money you guys took from me? And he says, "It's all right, Uncle Alan. You're just dreaming. Go back to bed." Now I'm recovered, kind of.
That
And
reminds me
yeah,
of the scene from Dumb and Dumber where they put all the IOUs in the bag in the briefcase.
right.
IOUs. So your nephews gave you a bunch of IOUs.
Yeah. And it's like these are the same nephews that helped me in my backyard gardening, and they nuked my garden. It used to be pristine because Jordan's seen my garden video, how nice it is.
Yeah,
And I told him not to spray in certain areas weed killer. And I said, hand pull all the weeds out because I'm trying to get a wall of morning glories. It's a wall of morning glories growing, solid wall. And then you see either pink, purple, or white flowers. They killed the white and purple and pink flowers on one wall. The other wall, they couldn't do it because I was there. But the rest of the place is like, you killed all my miniature roses. You killed my English rose. That's $200 for a little transplant. I had it for 10 years. Beautiful. Come back, it's like, because they sprayed the damn yard with herbicide. And like, do you know how to use this? We went to Yale and Harvard, Uncle Al. Oh, God. You see, common sense and farm work and going to college for 4 years, it's like, I don't know. Anyway, I got to get back. I got a message from, let's see, who is it? Common Sense with Elizabeth. She's putting up a video saying she's recovering from the hospital. Her cancer in her jaw, what's the term for
ouch.
it? Came back,
Yeah,
and it looks like there's a big fist that's going down. They're treating it, so that's pretty good.
yeah,
Okay, folks, I gotta go. I got a boatload of stuff.
yeah.
Good one.
Yeah. You have a nice day, guys. Catch you later.
Take
I hope
care,
I'll see
Uncle.
that review after you finish reading the book.
Yeah, you will definitely.
Yeah, take your time, see what things that works for your area. Don't take it by heart, because there's some things in Sweden you can't do. They say, "Yep, that man's a terrorist." No, no, I'm following a book. No, yeah, make your own mind what's good for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, catch you later, folks.
Yeah, catch you later.
Excellent. But now that one video where he mentions, or else you get too big, certain skin-colored guys pop belting down the door and coming into your, Now it makes sense why he gave that analogy in one of his videos, because it
Yeah.
actually happened to him.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh man.
Actually, I feel sorry for Uncle Al and what he has been through, and
He'll survive. He
stabbed,
survived.
shot, beaten up.
But the best video I watched for a long time was one of his videos. What Uncle L carries in his pockets.
Yeah.
Every day. I swear, if you're ever feeling down and in the dumps, just watch that video.
Oh man. Uncle Al is, well, he has some incredible luck, but he has some bad luck as well. So
Getting shot by your date doesn't sound like luck to me. Well, then again, depends on what the date is like. So maybe it was luck.
yeah,
A good, he was probably just looking for a reason to get out of that relationship, but he just couldn't find a reason. Getting
yeah,
shot by her is a good reason.
yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's good reason. I agree.
He didn't say why she shot him though.
No, I think he wants to keep that for himself, I guess.
Fair enough. I mean, I don't see anybody shooting somebody they're
And
dating
he has
without reason.
survived it. He got beaten up and survived that thing, and then get shot and stabbed and survived that too. And he got 2 strokes and survived that too. Uh, I, I, I don't, I can't get it how he could survive all these.
Just, well, like you said, he was young back then.
Yeah,
I'm sure that nowadays, if you got beaten up, it would be a different story.
probably. Probably.
But then again, with all the stuff he carries in his pockets,
Yeah. And he he has a wooden mallet. Uh, he he like to show off with on his videos, and I hit them with this. Oh, oh man. But you can say one thing about Uncle Al, that is he's really smart and brilliant guy. So he knows exactly what he's doing, and he has always a reason behind the things he's doing.
he's got a lot in his head, that's for sure. A lot of information up in his brain.
Yeah.
Tell me, the stores up your in Sweden,
Yeah.
seeing as you're in that line of business, what's the situation with the store shelves, the products, availability?
Well, it is some gaps in the shelves, but not that much as we see in US or in UK, or your shelves in Australia are pretty much empty as well, I guess.
Well, yeah, they're not as full, that's for sure. my missus went to do prepping purchases just the other day, and it was just selective prepping, just mainly meat, high calorie stuff.
Yeah.
And she told me when we were talking about what she saw and so on, because she doesn't like video recording in the shops while she's shopping. She just doesn't feel comfortable doing that. Although she said she will, but by the time she gets around to it, when she feels like she can, when she's comfortable with doing something like that in a shop, she'll do it. You know what I mean? But for now, she won't, and I can understand. People look at you like, what's she doing? Why is she taking photos of things? Why is she, you know how it is. But she was telling me when she asked, because at the local Woolworths supermarket, people that work there, most of them know her because she's a regular customer. And she does her monthly shopping. She doesn't do weekly shopping like most Australians. She does a monthly haul. She has a shopping list for the month. She does that once a month, and it's just filling in the gaps with like fresh bread or something like that, the daily bread and stuff like that. You know what I mean? But it's what we learned from life in Europe to do things on a monthly basis, and luckily you can do that with a weekly or a fortnightly wage in Australia.
Yeah.
So it's a good way of saving money or using the extra money for preps. But when she went to get the preps, she actually asked one of the young lads that work there, "What have you got? What of these products do you have extra in the tin can? The tin cans with the meat, whatever."
Yeah.
And he said, "This, and this. That's it." It was like 5 or 6 products, and that's the end of it. We've got about whatever X amount in the back pallet, half a pallet, whatever. So she took a few extra of those products, the corned beef and this and that, stuff like that. But she couldn't pick and choose as much as what she could in the past. Like, let's say a month or two ago, she could pick and choose. Now she can't. Well, she can, but it would mean that she'll be taking stuff off the shelves, which there isn't much of. And nobody wants to do that because there's a lot of people out there who need that more than what we do because they're not ready. They haven't got preps. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I live in Sweden too. There is absolutely shortages in the stores, not since the first months of the pandemic when there was the toilet paper thing. When the pandemic break out, and we noticed that toilet paper, they were wiped out from the shelves, and after a while, I noticed that when it comes to pasta, oatmeal, and things like that were shortages of that too. So, but the other things of veggies, you could find canned veggies, and there were no shortages of that. Only pasta, rice, oatmeal. So.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
And with all these videos flying around, I can see a lot of people start what we call panic buying. And they don't really need to panic buy, they just need to buy what they need. And maybe a little bit extra every time when they go shopping. And just slowly build up. But what happens is people panic and they buy up truckloads. I'll say truckloads, but more than what they would usually. Excuse me. And then you get the empty shelves, and the supply chain, obviously with the way it works, can't handle that, especially with the shortages because of the shipping and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So it's a chain reaction, but again, it's a result of people not planning, but panicking instead of sitting down and saying, "Okay, what do we need for the next 30 days? This, and this, and this. How much money can we afford? Weekly, fortnightly, monthly, whatever." and say, okay, we can buy the following,
Yeah.
And rather than panic shopping, they just do it in a planned, leisurely, organized manner and take care of it. They panic, buy up truckloads of what they don't need. Well, sorry, shopping trolleys loaded of what they don't need, and then we get the domino effect.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Yeah.
And there's no toilet paper.
Yeah. Earlier this week, I heard from one of my colleagues. We talked about those plum tomatoes.
Oh, the cherry tomatoes, or
no, baby plum tomatoes.
I've never heard of.
They are small tomatoes.
Okay.
And they are a little bit oval in their shape.
Okay.
And we used to get them from, I believe it's Morocco, I believe. But now, the last delivery we got from this week was from Spain. So it is a little bit of change from where we get them.
Okay. So the outsourcing.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
probably.
That's interesting.
Mr. Boots and Bounty Homestead. Our shelves are empty most of the time unless you get lucky when they are stocking. Yeah. That is a problem.
And again, it comes to, or another good way to buy stuff is online. Yeah, sure, there's, in Australia, in Sydney, there's limits, like 6 of these or 6 of those or 5, there's limits of how much you can buy of each product. But if you do it online, the only problem with online shopping, my wife notices that often enough some of the cans come a little dinted or something, so they have to go in the front of the line for consumption. You can't put them in the back. But it's not a problem when it's not an issue. It's just, it's annoying to get dinted cans with use by dates which are 2026 or 2025. It's sort of like, I have to use these now, but it would be nice to put them in the back of the row, in the box. It's supposed to be the last one,
Yeah.
But that's a good way to make sure that the supply chain doesn't get overhauled as well. It's just if more people would use the online shopping rather than going to the shops and buying, truckloads of this and truckloads of that. Lack of planning. That's what it is. Panicking and lack of planning.
Yeah.
Irrationality. Irrational behavior.
Exactly. It is.
Then on the financial side of things, they spend that money on food that they wouldn't normally buy, which is not a bad thing, but then they don't have the money for the bills that they have to pay, utility bills, for example, or to pay off the credit card, which most people have, or to pay off the car loan, etc., etc., etc. And then it's a domino effect again. It's like, and why? Because of the irrational panic / lack of planning. That's all it is.
Yeah. And Harvey says, major power shortages in Europe. Hear anything more on that? Well, I have heard about that too.
German. Hey, there's Mr. Boots and Bounds.
Yeah. Good to see you. Good to see you guys.
We're going out to see what we can find at the flea market.
Ah.
Hey, that's excellent.
That's excellent.
There they go.
Nah. You can get some great stuff at the flea markets.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, that's what we try to do. I'm not trying to pay full price for anything.
Yeah. What are you planning to get on the flea market?
Say that again.
What are you planning to get on the flea market?
Depends on what we can find. We'd like to find old tools and antique stuff that people think's not good, and you can get it for a good price.
Yeah. Old tools are really useful to have and cheap.
Yeah. We're trying to do more and be trying to transition, I guess, what they call prep steaders, start having more stuff in case we get shut off or shut home that we're able to provide for ourselves.
The stuff we can fix ourselves.
Yeah, and be able to stuff we can fix ourselves.
Yeah. And I hope you really get your tools or find something useful over there.
If you buy it new, it ain't worth 2 squats.
That's Mr. Boots.
I went up to a flea market, floor market as they call it, in Frankfurt, Germany once. You're up there, you're bored, you got nowhere to, and you spot the flea market, you're like, oh, I'm going to go see what's going on. It's like, and of course you got the extra couple of $100 Deutschmark in your pocket back in the day. It's like, oh yeah, I got money to spend.
Yeah.
And I found 3 high quality, very expensive. You might laugh at the brand name called Dick. But the knives, they're German-made knives called Dick, of all things. But I found 3 high-quality, expensive butchering knives for dirt cheap. Like it was like 5 Deutschmark, 6 Deutschmark a piece, and they go for anywhere between back then from 30 to 150 Deutschmark a piece, depending on But the ones that I bought were in that 80 to 100 Deutschmark a piece back in the day price range. So I was very happy that day. Spent bugger all, and I actually bought something like a roast. I don't know what the hell it was. It was roast lamb, but it was supposed to be like a semi-Arabic type of food thing. But it was like 2 Deutschmark. I'm like, oh yeah, and I got fed and everything, for bugger all money. I was happy.
Yeah, it's like you left real happy getting those kind of deals.
Well, back when there was Deutschmarks in Germany, it was cheap.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's really much different.
Then they introduced the euro and ruined it for everybody.
And Harvey says, great dancing last night.
Thanks, Harvey. Yeah, I saw ShadowScout.
Yeah, I was watching that too.
People do it too, so it's something you do together as a family.
I missed it.
Harvey says, headline, power shortages disrupt production across Europe's food processing, energy-intensive industries. Food prices will go through the roof.
Yeah, I heard that the other day, that over in Europe and stuff, that they're starting to see more shortages than we are, and it'll be over here before we know it.
Yeah, in Germany, they put out headlines that people need to start storing food. Guess what? AKA prepping.
We're trying to get more stuff like the flours and stuff like that to be able to make our own stuff, like your breads and all that.
Yes, sir. And that was by the German government. So the government is telling its people to do that.
Yeah.
Ours
When
won't.
the crowd,
Ours won't. They'll say, here, take some money.
Pinball did a video on that this morning, US time. He beat me to it.
Yeah. How is it with pinball now?
Pinball, yeah, he's all right.
What's that?
Yeah.
Pinball, okay. From what I can tell, he's okay. Any US guy that can handle a Russian woman must be okay. He can handle anything after that.
This is coming to the rest of the world, to me and the people around the globe.
Yeah. Yeah, that is probably true. Thanks, Harvey.
Yeah, the crazy part about the natural gas prices is if you have natural gas in your home country, whether it be, you shouldn't feel that.
We here in Sweden, I don't think we use that much natural gas. Maybe for as a fuel for vehicles, maybe, but
Yeah, that's LPG. You guys use LPG for
yeah.
What's it called? You don't use methane. So it's still natural gas, but it's just. I think there's only a few countries in Europe that use methane as well as LPG. That's Germany, I think France.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
There again, I guess there is other countries use that too.
LPG is used worldwide. Fuel, but not methane. Not what goes to your stove. That gas is not used really anywhere. It's used really anywhere.
Yeah.
But it's cheap as chips.
Yeah. Jack, I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back in a sec.
You know the rule. More than two shakes contemplates pleasure.
Jack, keep the stream going.
Oh yeah. Count on me for that one.
That could be dangerous.
All right. Time to rock out with the beers. Come on.
Right? Come back, everybody be passed out, gone.
Daddy's gone. We can play now.
Right? Come back here and just get quiet. Yeah, we're trying to watch the headlines around the world. We know it's coming. You know, it doesn't always start here. It's a gradual move around the globe. You know, and like,
down the supply chain.
Yeah, the way things go around the supply chain and stuff. It's just a matter of time before it gets over here.
Yes. Well, I've been watching Germany for quite a while, and if the Germans say it's happening, they're doing it, then you know they're doing it with a reason. And if the government's saying start prepping, they're saying start prepping with a reason. Because they always want Germany to be at the top of the European Union.
Right. I mean, and it's something that the government would sit there and tell y'all to start prepping and be prepared and do that sort of thing. And kind of giving you the heads up that don't be caught with your pants down, kind of thing. They're giving you enough heads up with time to do it. Whereas, like over here, you don't even hear stuff. I mean, in the Cribber community and stuff we do, and anyone that doesn't read the mainstream news knows, that this thing is coming. You're talking about the way the prices are going to be in the winter. I mean, the food's going to be like that too.
But you got to have common sense enough to see that it's coming. Stupid people over here, they can watch the news all day long. The news is going to feed them what they want to feed them. But you got to have common sense enough to read between the lines, because they're not going to say, hey, this is coming. You got to be prepared. You've got to know already to be prepared, because you see what's going to happen. They're not going to tell you. They're going to say, oh, here's you some money. Go blow it and keep the economy up. Where's that money coming from, and who's got to pay it back?
Right.
That's my problem. Don't be giving me free money. I don't want your free money, because it ain't free. It's going to come out somewhere and bite me in the butt.
Yeah. Exactly. 100%.
That was 2 cents.
That was my 2 cents.
That's
worth.
A pretty good opinion for 2 cents.
You learn a lot from a little.
I'm not going to say yes, dear, because you're not my dear, but if you were my wife, I'd say yes, dear.
Right, I know. We ain't been married this long for nothing. It's Auslander info.
Do you have a garden growing now since it's springtime in Australia?
No, we're looking to move house. We're in the middle of searching for a piece of property to go back to a homestead again. Yeah, because we had a home, what would be classified as a homestead when we were living in Europe. But then with the move to Australia and everything, you know how it is when you're moving house, it's hard enough, let alone moving continents.
Right.
So
yeah, I'm not looking forward.
I don't look forward to that.
Don't. Don't.
Yeah, in Australia, it's springtime for them. We're finishing up, and they're.
I was gonna say tonight we're gonna be on a live with Bomber Steve. He's with Sweeney's Creek Farms, and they're in Australia.
Oh, okay.
And he's doing videos and stuff they're trying to get their homestead going. I know he works at a university. I'm not sure what his wife does, but the Sweeney's Creek Farm is their YouTube channel, and they invited us to be on for a live tonight to kind of speak to their people and stuff. So maybe somebody you could look into, that's also doing homesteading and that sort of thing in Australia. Just an FYI, if you're looking for somebody like that.
I'm looking. I'm trying to search. Wait, Sweeney Street Farm, right?
Yeah, Sweeney's Creek Farm.
Oh, Sweeney.
Harvey may be able to put the link up.
Yeah, I think Harvey can get it.
Bomber Steve.
There it is. Got it. Sweeney's Creek Farm. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's their homestead channel, and Bomber Steve is his own personal. He started out with that first, is my understanding. He was watching videos and
as a subscriber,
and he was just a subscriber. He wasn't a content creator. And then him and his wife started doing a homestead and all that stuff. So they started the Sweeney's Creek Farm channel as their official homesteading channel.
Oh, okay, so you got a red belly. Yeah, Bomber Steve has a red belly snake and a eastern brown snake on top.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he got on one of our lives, and he was at work, walking around a university, and he was going to work, I think, and there was just like kangaroos laying about, and he was like trying to get close and showing them to him. So he was able to show like people on my channel these live kangaroos laying around like we would see dogs and cats laying around. So it was a real amazement to be able to see that sort of thing.
That was neat.
Fair enough. Any difference?
Citizen Guardian just popped in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like I was trying to say, the only difference is you can eat kangaroo and enjoy the meal, but eating your dog, I don't know if you're going to enjoy that meal.
No, I wouldn't.
There are certain authentic nationalities that eat cats.
Yeah, eat cats. We're not part of that either. So
Exactly.
rabbits, deer. Well, we're more in the deer, cow kind of area.
Kangaroos is a lot like, well, depends what part. If you're eating the tail, it's a bit beefy. If you're eating the part along, well, the hind legs and along the soft meat along the spine, that little section,
Yeah.
it tastes a lot like a calf, you know, like a young, whatever.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But it's got the wild taste. You can tell it's wild meat. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
It's not farm grown, that's for sure.
Gotta catch it first.
It's organically grown in the wild.
Yeah, well, catching it, I don't know if you're gonna catch it.
I've seen some interesting videos.
Like I
Guys
said,
trying to box one to save his dog. That was funny.
Oh Lord.
He just walled off and just punched his kangaroo, and he took it like a big man, and just like whopped his head and turned around and looked back at him. The dude takes off running. I'm like, I would too.
Yeah, you give him a good sucker punch, and he just turns around and looks at you like, okay,
Right.
we know what time it is now.
Yeah, like you can have the dog. I'm out.
Yeah. Lassie, it was nice knowing you. Bye.
Timmy will be fine. I'm not worried about Timmy. Tim, you can whatever.
Just goes to prove that dogs may be man's best friend, but man sure as hell isn't dog's best friend.
No, man's gonna look out for himself.
The dog's supposed to protect the man.
It means he needs a bigger dog.
Harvey, the rare Australian snow rooms.
Yeah, kangaroos live up in the mountains. Believe it or not.
Oh man. Well, you can actually buy marlin here in Sweden in our grocery stores.
You buy what?
Marlin, swordfish.
Ah, marlin.
Is it expensive?
Yeah, I believe, I don't remember the price on it, but it cost probably around 200 a kilo per kilo, I guess.
Right, you have to translate.
Marlin around here.
So it's 100 kilo.
Good God.
Not $200.
Fish.
200,
Sell the whole fish.
200 crowns, right?
200 crowns per kilo. I guess it is. It's expensive anyway.
Yeah, that would be here.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds like it.
It would be.
Calculator.
More than
Google is out for you.
I would like to try swordfish sometimes.
yeah. It's good, but it costs too much to eat very often.
That's about $23 US per kilo.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I was like, it's a one of those. I had it. It was all right. I'm good. Yeah.
$2,300.
Yeah.
Oh heck no! You keep that fish.
He'll stick to your beef.
I just want the sword off the front.
You can choose between rump steak or swordfish. Well, look at the price, and that.
I'll take steak.
Yeah, we'll go with the rump steak.
Okay.
Right?
Harvey Black.
I'll go fishing in the pond, get some catfish.
Muslim, I think ShadowScoutSwede and Mr. Boots and Bounty Homestead want to try some of your wonderful sandwich spread Vegemite.
Oh, Vegemite. You either love it or you hate it.
Yeah,
Never
what is
had it.
Vegemite?
But I've seen people eat it. It didn't work out well for them.
Hey, just you either love it or you hate it. There's no in between. You know.
Right.
I'm not a
That's
lover.
kinda like,
I'm not one of the ones who love it. Put it that way.
Cilantro.
She said that's like cilantro. You either like cilantro or you hate it.
Yeah, it's one of those foods.
I don't like cilantro.
In Canada, they call it Marmite.
Tastes like stomach.
So you might see it under the brand name Marmite up north there. But
She said no, I'm
once you
good.
What exactly
we need
is
to try it.
Vegemite?
it's just an overdose of vitamin B. That's what it is. It's like
Okay.
eating raw vitamin B. That's basically what it is.
Oh.
All vitamin.
Yeah.
I don't even like to take a pill.
So you can take vitamin B pills, crunch them up, and slip, put it across a piece of bread, and there you go.
Wow.
That's a no.
She said nope.
I heard that one. Yeah. N-O. Which part didn't you understand? The N or the O?
Well, overdose of vitamin B is not a good thing.
It's healthy. It's just, like I said, you either like it or you hate it. There's no... I've never met anybody that said it's all right. Although it's not bad. I'll tell you what it's not bad in. When you're making sauces for your barbecue, if you want to add a bit of a zest flavor to it, it's not bad. And I'm talking about a teaspoon. I'm not talking about no tablespoon. I'm talking about a teaspoon in there
Yeah.
to give it a bit of a zest flavor, just to make it original. And people say, this tastes different. It's like, this ain't bad. It's good. It's like, what did you put in there? You say, secret.
I can't tell you. I have to kill you.
Secret ingredient.
Exactly. Yep. Just like with the good old Colonel. Nobody knows the 11 herbs and spices.
Right?
Okay, Gray Man.
Hey, there's agreement.
The Gray Man he had to rush. He will be back.
Okay, Schwarzenegger.
Probably he got some customers.
Yeah.
He working.
I have to run. We're almost to where the flea market's at.
Okay.
Excellent.
We will let y'all go. Thanks for letting us be on.
Anytime. It was nice to have you on.
Just don't spend too much money there. That's the only problem with flea market.
Ain't got that much.
That's why you only go with cash, and once it's out, it's out. Because then
It's like gambling, going to casino.
Hey, I was about to
they
say.
say, "Oh, we take plastic." No, I don't.
No. We don't. You can take as much plastic as you want. I don't have any.
I can give you an IOU. Don't ever cash it ever. Yeah, we'll catch y'all around.
Yeah. I'll see you later.
See you around.
All right, bye.
Stay safe.
Bye.
God bless. Oh man, that makes me want to look for a flea market. I haven't been to one of those in ages.
Well, I haven't been on one on ages either, so.
Well, in
But
Australia,
then-
we call them trash and treasures, because there's trash and there's treasure.
Yeah.
Call them trash and treasures, but it's a flea market.
Yeah. You can get really good finds there.
Mm-hmm. And you can buy junk there too.
You can, if you're lucky, you can find really nice backpacks that basically almost looks new. So
Like
if
I
you're
said,
lucky.
back in the day, back many moons ago, I went to one up in Frankfurt, got those knives. I was overly happy with that. The only reason I remembered that was because they mentioned flea market, and then the floor market came to mind. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
that was a good bargain. I got one of those. But yeah, and when I was a kid back in Australia, and with my dad, we went to there was a trash and treasure / flea market at where the drive-ins were.
Yeah.
On the weekends, Sundays after church. Sometimes
Yeah.
we'd hop over there, see what's there. And I remember Rambo came out. I forgot what year it was, but I watched it on video. 83 or 84, thereabout, give or take. I don't know, maybe 82. I don't even remember what year it was, to be honest. And we went there and I saw a Rambo knife, with a big compass on top. It's like, this was a cheap Chinese knockoff. It wasn't the real deal, obviously. It was like whatever it was, I forget, $10 or $15, which was a lot of money back in the day. It was heaps of money. And he promised to buy me one of those for the fishing, to put into the fishing bag.
Yeah.
That was in my fishing backpack, little backpack that I had for fishing. Always, when I was a kid. Always.
Yeah.
Always. Not that it was much use, not that it was very useful, but it was always in there.
Well, it's good memories.
Yeah. Yeah, the old man was a legend. Rest in peace.
Yeah. It was a long time ago. I was on a flea market. I can't remember when. The problem is when I have been on flea markets, you don't have any money to buy anything, so that's
not a bad thing sometimes. She beat me to it when she said gambling. I was gonna say it's like going to a casino, and she said it's like gambling. I'm like, it took the words right out of my mouth,
Yeah. J-Film says Australia is a common law policed and governed by consent.
Yeah, it's policed and governed by political parties that think they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Run by bloody career politicians, just like the rest of the Western world.
Yeah. And I guess the situation will not getting better in the near future. I think it will get worse.
Well, it won't get better, but as far as some things changing, it's going to happen. It should be the highest law of the land, correct, J-Film? That is 100% correct. 1,000,000% correct. However, the politicians are colluding on Commonwealth / a federal level, along with the state levels, to circumvent the Constitution. And there's no repercussions for that in any of the laws. Imagine that. The politicians never made a law to add a little bit of, to put them on the spot if they try and cheat the people. in the old days, I guess they never thought it would happen.
Yeah.
Well, I won't say they never thought it would happen. They never presumed that it would happen this way. Because this is not natural. This is not normal. And the people should hold them accountable for it. But when the time comes for elections, what happens? Oh, I'm going to vote for the usual parties. I don't know who to vote for. I'll just tick this box. Who cares?
Yeah.
Heaven forbid. But changes are happening.
Yeah,
Look,
they are.
New South Wales, the Premier, she resigned because of investigations going on for something else. But when the dominoes start falling, I'm sure there's going to be some questions about why she was pushing some things and who was standing behind those things, behind her actions and her. I think the pressure is going to start falling onto her advisors, not to mention any particular topic or anything that's current affairs right now in the world, but the domino effect could start happening very soon. And I'm sure that the Victorian Premier is going to be in the hot seat pretty soon as well.
Yeah.
On a lot of things, because there's too much money involved. Oh, we'll beat you soon, CG, sorry. We will beat you soon, trust me. Telling you, our guys will be there'll be a lot of scandals going on in Australia coming out.
Yeah. And I believe France have some problems as well, I believe. After what I have heard, anyway.
All you have to do is look at who's pushing what policies in regards to current affairs, and you'll see that there's money behind it. No doubt about that. It's becoming plain as day that it's all about money and nothing else.
Yeah. It is always money. It's all about money. So, yeah. I believe we even here in Sweden, I believe we will face similar problems sooner or later. But the question is when, because it's always a delay. It happens around the world, and then it happens here too. So it's always some sort of delay.
Well, with the information flow, I mean, okay, I'm not gonna try to make some people sound like they're heroes or anything. Snowden, for example, WikiLeaks, and all those things that occurred in the last few decades, where information has seen the light of day, we should have never seen the light of day as per government protocol, right? So the information flow, although I'm not approving what they did, but I am approving the fact that some information which should have been public knowledge, because people do have the right to know some things. Maybe not everything, because of security reasons, but as far as for the good of the nation, there are some things that people do need to know. A lot of those things are kept in secret. I mean, look, okay, let's just look at one crazy thing, right? The archives from the Second World War in Russia are still under lock and key. The archives from the Second World War about the Second World War in the USA are predominantly, in most cases, still under lock and key. Top secret, top secret, top secret.
Yeah.
This is something that happened almost 100 years ago. Almost. We're in 2021.
Yeah.
In the 1920s is when it all started cooking, you know, when the ingredients were being put together to start up the good old kettle and the pot started boiling for the 1930s. So we're talking almost 100 years later, and we still can't know the truth about what actually went on in that era. What? Wouldn't it be better to just let everybody know the truth? And whatever it is, it is. It's 80, 90, 100 years ago. So imagine how many secrets there are today out there. I mean, okay, we have blockchain technology, and I've mentioned this before. Blockchain technology is probably the most ideal technology out there for votings, for crystal clear voting to reduce, I won't say all possibilities of corruption, but a huge amount of corruption in any voting system, whether it be mandatory voting or voting by choice, depending on what country's that question, right?
Yeah.
It would literally eliminate the vast majority of the corruption that's out there. Why does not one single country out there incorporate a blockchain which is set up state by state, city by city, decentralized, and all the data is in there, hooked up so that IDs can be put in and people, and there's no room for corruption because they can't manipulate them, can they? So that should be a telltale sign that the political parties that are in power in all of the governments around the world enjoy their control, enjoy their power, and their room for manipulation.
That sounds logic and
okay, here's an example. The Australian government has got universities and institutions working on blockchain on introducing blockchain technologies. The whole name is Red Belly, which is a famous snake, deadly snake. In Australia, one of the deadly snakes in Australia. But it looks nice. It's black on the top and red underneath, so it looks nice. It's a pretty snake. It's just not very friendly. But cut a long story short, they're introducing blockchain technology for medical, for insurance, for property, for healthcare, but they won't introduce it for voting. Why? And yet Australia has a very little, minute possibility of corruption.
Yeah.
But heaven forbid they allow for that little minute difference to vanish for them to lose control over that little bit that they can control. So they're doing it for everything else, but not for something that could affect their pretty little cushy seats in Parliament. See what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm picking on Australia now, my homeland.
Yeah.
Not picking on any other countries. I'm picking on my homeland.
Yeah.
And we have 100% mandatory voting by law. It's not just a moral right. It's not just a moral obligation. It's a legal obligation.
Yeah.
Which is, by my opinion, my personal opinion, the way it should be everywhere.
Yeah.
If you want to enjoy life in this country, then at least participate in deciding what goes on in this country at the bare minimum, which is voting for who shall represent you in government. I'm not saying that's the best way. I'm just saying it's the bare minimum that you can give back as far as responsibility goes.
Yeah.
Yet,
that's so
here
true.
we are in Australia, where there's a very minute opportunity for corruption, and they're still not allowing blockchain technology to be utilized for that. And the question is, why? There can only be one answer. Fear of loss. They're afraid that they may lose power, and it's a two-party system, just like in every Western world democracy. And you notice whenever it comes to certain decisions when money's involved, where they can have a bit of a piece of the action in some way, manner, or form, whether it be now or later on, they always vote the same, regardless. Left, right, whatever. It's what some people say, it's an illusion. It's an illusion. And no conspiracy theory there. Just look at the votes in parliaments, in congresses, in senates. Just look at their votes. It's no conspiracy theory, it's historical fact.
I agree.
Imagine if the monetary system were to be, what's the word for it? Were to be on a blockchain. I'm not talking about digital currency. I'm talking about monitoring finances, where it's all public, right? It's all open, it's all transparent. Imagine what that would mean. No more black market.
Yeah.
No more nothing. No more illegal transactions. And yet you can have cash flowing anywhere you want. Not a problem. Every dollar, every note, every bill has a serial number on it.
Yeah.
Follow the money. Simple as that. You don't need digital currency. And the only thing that will stand out, you know what will stand out? Illegal transactions.
Yeah. I agree.
But will they do that? No. They'll introduce a digital currency where they can control you and your money. But they won't introduce something that will make it transparent for all transactions, including government transactions.
Yeah.
Kind of funny, isn't it? You wouldn't need a Senate committee or commission or investigation about this or that or a whatever. It's all there. It's all on the blockchain. It's decentralized. You can't change it. If somebody tries to fiddle with it, it's all over. Whoever tries to mess with it gets busted.
Yeah.
Imagine that. You'd have more politicians in federal prisons or in state prisons or in government prisons than what there are actual thieves.
Yeah.
Current day thieves.
We don't have a two-party system here. We have many different parties, and especially one of them is on the right wing.
Okay.
And I don't want to go in exactly what their how they see things or their opinions or their beliefs, political beliefs is, but they have a lot of their members in the party has been accused for different hate crimes and things like that. So
extremists. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So we are probably not much better than the politicians in the Australia or anywhere else. So
well, I know that your Social Democrat Workers' Party was you might find this an interesting historical fact, but the first Labour Party to be put together in the means where they actually get unionists, members of unions, to be on the ballot lists was done in Australia. and then the UK followed suit, New Zealand followed suit, and the workers' parties of Norway and Sweden followed suit. Ireland followed suit because they saw that it was a good way to get the unions on board with them.
Yeah.
But over the last 100 years, that has changed immensely as everywhere. So it's not like it was in the original days where the workers' unions would have their representatives on the ballot lists. You see, now it's changed a little bit. And I know that Sweden and Norway, your workers' parties have, your Social Democrat workers' parties have mishmashed the Social Democratic scene with the union scene, and they tried to incorporate a little bit of what the Labour parties were in the Western world, well, the Western world slash the Commonwealth world. You see what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
But it worked in the first 30, 40 years. Well, we'll say in the first 50 years of that concept, it worked very well for workers and for everybody. And they were very nationalistic. They were very proud of their nation and their country, of everything. They were very loyal to their people and to the. But then when more so the career politicians got involved and the unionists slowly got pushed out of the scene, they got pushed to the sidelines. Well, we have what we have today. So it's the same issue everywhere.
Yeah, it is. I tried. It was an event that occurred a couple of days ago. It was an explosion in Gothenburg. And I just try to find that article on English, of course. It's easier that way. I think I'm gonna try to share that one.
Hi. How's everyone?
Doing just fine. I'm gonna try to share this.
You're Jack? See you again.
Here we
your
go.
Icon. At least your icon.
Okay, here is the article. Gothenburg, Sweden, September 28th. 4 people were seriously hurt in an explosion and fire on Tuesday in the Swedish city of Gothenburg. And police are investigating whether an explosive device was placed at the scene. At least 16 were taken to hospital after the early morning blast set ablaze an apartment block in a central residential area. Firefighters pulled people from the building while other residents used tied sheets to lower themselves from balconies as gray smoke billowed out of the stairwells and windows. Gothenburg's.
When did this happen? This week?
Gothenburg.
No, not where. When?
September 28th.
Okay, so a couple days ago. So this week. Yeah.
Yeah. Gothenburg Sahlgrenska Hospital said hours later that 3 people were still in intensive care after the inhaling smoke, but the injuries were not thought to be life-threatening. Sweden has faced rising gang crime and gun violence in recent years, with rival groups using explosives and firearms to settle scores.
Yeah.
Police have added officers and laws have been tightened to try to tackle the gangs. Bombings have become an almost weekly occurrence, but it is rare for anyone to be hurt, although about 20 were lightly injured when a bomb exploded in a residential area in the southern town of Linköping in 2019. So it is... I'm not going to read the whole article because that takes basically forever.
Yeah, it does.
But anyway, it's an interesting article anyway. So, I can just you can put this on.
Harvey's got a link on the side chat.
Yeah, thanks, Harvey.
So you can go. Yeah, so you can go check that out. Awesome, Harvey. Harvey's such an awesome mod. Always on the ball. Always on the ball. Always on the ball. I should make him a mod on my channel. Wink, wink.
He's high speed.
Oh, speak of this reminds me. Did you guys hear about what happened in the U.S. with that train derailment? That's pretty bad too. I don't know if you guys heard about that one.
So that is pretty serious when things like that happens.
Oh yeah.
And the problem is that these type of events turn out to be more common, especially in the southern parts of the country, especially in Stockholm, Malmö, Gothenburg. And a couple of weeks ago, I heard there were one who had throw a hand grenade into an apartment where and there were one young mother with her two children were asleep, but the kids managed without any injuries, but the mom managed, but she got some injuries as well. So I consider that as a problem.
I think anyone would consider that as a problem.
Yeah. Because if that turns out to be more and more common, and it spreads all over the country,
or to other places, right? Not just in local, but international and such. Right? Well, it's sad to see that.
Yeah, that is Harvey who put this comment out. So, yes, that is to settle scores, basically.
Yeah.
And it's really sad that a country like mine has this or even got this type of problems. And the problem is police. I think the police has lost the control over the whole situation. I talked to a friend of mine. He said that the police has lost the control. So, and that is what I think too. That is what I think.
Not good at all.
No, it's not. And that makes people get worried about the future, and will this type of events spread through the country, or will it stay in the southern parts of the country, or will we see it in the northern parts of the country as well?
Well, if you have drug problems in cities, which you probably do, there's bound to be gangs behind them, groups, organised crime behind them.
Yeah.
Easy money.
Yeah, I agree.
There was a politician a couple of years back. I forget his name now. It was a few years back, to 2018 roughly, about there. We just simply put out some statistics about, because Australia is, well, Australia being a Western country has its way of life, just like most Western countries. And with the influx of immigrants coming from, I'll say, the Muslims, basically Muslims, there's no need to deny the fact. All he did was put out some statistics, and these are from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, which said that 51% of Muslims in Australia are unemployed, living off benefits, government benefits, and that approximately 5% of them, it was 5 point something, but we'll just round it down to 5. 5% were radical, who wanted Sharia law, and did not respect the Australian way of life. And he just simply said, isn't it time we just stopped? We have so many people wanting to emigrate to Australia. Why don't we just take those people that, have a clean, who are positive people, who don't think like that, who have like a 90% track record of being good citizens and loyal citizens? Why do we want people coming in who are literally 50% unemployed as a whole over X amount, for over a decade, or well, over 15 years now, 20 years, whatever it has been, since the big influxes came. And over 5% of them want to destroy our way of life within our own country. It's like, hang on a second, common sense here. We have to look after the best interests of Australian citizens, all Australian citizens, including those people that are Muslims in Australia. So he's not denying the fact that they're now in Australia and they are a part of the Australian, community. It's just we have to look after their best interests as well. And the less radicals in Australia, the better off everybody is, including them. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's for everybody's good.
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
exactly.
There was a whole attack on him by all the media. But aren't you sorry for saying this? Isn't that racist? Isn't that, you're sounding racist? You're sounding this? It's like, no, these are just statistics from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. I didn't make these numbers up, and I'm just applying common sense to this. There are millions of people around the world who want to move to Australia, who would be loyal Australians and who will love thy neighbour everywhere in Australia, including those Muslims who may be radicals, that they show them love and not hate. It's like, duh. And yet the whole media system, the whole system came against him. I'm talking against him at 100 miles per hour. This was about, I think it was 2018. And this was a fairly normal politician. He was never known for anything outrageous. And all he did was just state the facts. This is what the statistics show from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, which just keeps putting the numbers down. They just track the numbers for everything from A to Z. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter where they're from in the world. Just it's a clash of cultures. That's what it really is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
No, a clash of morals, not cultures, but morals. There we go. That's the right term. I stand correct. Some morals just can't work with other. What's moral in Australia is what's considered to be moral is not accepted by some other moralities out there. And if they clash, well, you can't really mix and match them, can you? You can't. It just doesn't work. And it's not a case of any race or any group of people. It's just, if you believe that this is moral and we believe that to be immoral, it won't work. It just can't work.
I agree.
You can be Arabic, but if you believe that you have the right to treat women a certain way, if you believe in Sharia law, then sorry, buddy, that goes against all the laws of Australia. You can't have it both ways. But if they choose Australian law, then they have to get rid of their belief system. It's like it just can't work. It doesn't work. And not all people from you see my point? It's like it's a clash. It's a clash of moralities.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say clash. Yeah.
And there are so many Arabs who are not Muslims who can come to Australia. Why not? Bloody oath, bring them over. If they want to come over, sure. If they're good, if they're the 50% that are working, bloody oath, bring them over, mate. By all means. If they're the 50% that are going to abide by the laws and build a new life for themselves and ensure a life for their children in a lifestyle that they're going to respect and be a part of, by all means, welcome. Same with North Africans, you've got issues with, you've got so many people from North Africa from Africa who come to Australia who are absolutely wonderful people. And yet it's always the same group that are just not, that are constantly, it's the same clash. It's the same clash. It's the same difference in morality. In Europe, now I know that ShadowScoutSwede, I know you may not agree with this, but I noticed in Europe, as a person from the sidelines, a lot of these problems started when the huge migration of people started occurring, illegal immigrants who claimed to be refugees and so on. It all started going downhill from there. Prior to that, it was drug wars. Yeah, it was underground drug wars, the usual drug pushing this, pulling that. But when you got this, you started getting a whole bunch of gangs occurring in France, in Germany, in Austria, in all the countries where these illegal immigrants started coming in. Illegal, not legal, but the illegal immigrants. And then you got the chain reaction of the locals, like you said, the radical right-wing party getting more voters. Why? Because people start turning to radicalism. They're sort of like, well, maybe radical is the only solution to fix this problem. You see, that's why they're getting the votes. It's fear. They might not agree with everything that political party stands for, or those idiots stand for, should I say. But they see that as a potential solution to fixing the problem. Because the existing parties are the ones that allowed for these people to come over to start them. You see what I'm saying? It's just a chain reaction. One wrong, then another wrong, then another wrong. One evil, then another evil, then another evil. And it just keeps going that way. Yeah,
the domino effect.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we have Guardian in.
Yeah.
I think he wants to say a couple words here.
Yeah, probably.
We should welcome him. He's muted.
He's wearing his bandana, man.
No, I'm good. I was just very interested in what you were saying there as well. But thank you, CR, as well.
Yes.
Thank you for having me up in the panel. And it's just interesting, the topic. I think, you know, I just want to maybe speak on the topic as well, just for a second. I think if more was done to improve the livelihood of people in countries that are very, you know, impoverished and are suffering, I think that instead of you know, people constantly talk about the migration issues and that type of thing. I'm not going to go intensely into it, but what I'll say is that if the places where they're coming from were better off, then you can say, okay, well, how do we make those places better off? If you look at a lot of the governments in the places that are suffering, a lot of the time it's those governments that have the level of corruption that causes the mass people to kind of be underneath suffering circumstances, right? So if you improve the places where they're coming from, you essentially make it so that why would somebody be fleeing? Because some people genuinely are living in horrible conditions, and they're truly like, if you had to put it on me and say, okay, what would I do for the safety of my family? And you have to ask me that. And I can tell you that 9 out of 10 people will say, well, they'll do everything that they possibly can to protect their family, which is rational, right? I'm not going to ramble on too long here. Sorry. I just wanted to cover about what you're talking about and share my opinion, because I feel so strongly about this specifically. So essentially, if we are able to fix them, it's easy to say, okay, how do we fix them? But I mean, like logically, we should have resolutions for some of the problems in those countries, so we don't have the, you know, if everybody's doing a lot better, like from the bottom up, and we can like kind of curb poverty and crime to a large extent in those countries that are suffering the way that they are, then we can essentially avoid the problem of this, you know, quote unquote invasive migration that people say it is, which is, it's very politically charged as well. And I honestly think politics is purely distraction. But go ahead, Oslander. My ramble's done. I just wanted to say what I thought about it.
Ping pong. It's ping pong. Yeah.
I have things to add too. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting my turn.
So when the USA, as the world's largest and most effective, most powerful military force out there, goes into a country where there's an issue like what you're mentioning, right? And tries to take care of the government forces, the government and its forces protecting it, because no government's just going to say, okay, we'll just get out of power because we're doing the bad things and blah, blah, blah. It has to be done via force. You get, I don't know how to call them, poop heads all over the world, right? And even within their own nation, accusing their own forces, their own government, of invading other people's countries and telling them how to live. And they're painted as being an aggressor, and yet they've been put into a situation where the UN won't do it. The UN just won't do it. NATO won't do it because it's got nothing to do with the NATO nations, right? And then if the US does it, and the NATO then sort of has to somehow be included because the US is is the largest member nation of the largest military force within NATO, guess what happens? They become the bad guys for doing the right thing. But it's the only way it can be done. So to say, well, we need to invest money in there. Well, if you're going to invest money into a corrupt state, guess what happens? 80% of it, at least 80% of it, gets laundered. So you're not investing money into that land. You're not investing money into the better of that nation. You're basically handing money over to crooked politicians, i.e. what we saw allegedly saw in the Ukraine and the US, which went on.
Yeah, the world over, really. A lot of the amount, if you actually do, I'm sure that you've done research or that you're very well informed on this as well, because you're speaking about it, essentially. So the amount of corruption and the amount of money that goes from into, to try and benefit, to try and help, that gets completely exploited. by specific parties, but obviously we've got to tread lightly, and I appreciate that you can also do we're treading on ice on the channel as well as respect to Shadow. So I definitely think that it's rather interesting. Continue though. I want to hear what you have to say more on it.
Well, CR has something to add.
Well, I mean, I want to add a few things in. I'm not as knowledgeable as you guys. I am trying to learn, be informed, well-informed, right? As much as I can. I was going to say, this whole Band-Aid approach of doing stuff at times, right? The temporary fixes, right? Not looking in the long term as much. These long-term kind of, how do I say, something that's more sustainable, not just like some Band-Aid. It's good for now. It's good for a month. It's good, kind of deal. In terms of that migration, right? Sometimes people are leaving these areas because, well, simply there's, for example, no water in that area anymore, and they gotta look for work somewhere else because they can't get their fields watered and stuff like that. So they gotta migrate somewhere else, and then it kind of almost spreads that problem to somewhere else because now there's more people in this area, right? And they consume more water, and then I think you guys kind of know what I mean.
Yeah.
No, sorry about that. You are making a lot of sense as well, and it is more assisting rather than doing temporary, Band-Aid fixes. You've got a very good point there. It's more assisting from the ground up as well, and it does take time. And unfortunately, sometimes people are just impatient in terms of how long things take to get better. If we look at the average poverty, if you look at statistics once more, and you look at the statistics of people that were impoverished up to about 100 years ago, and you see the progression of human beings and the way that we're able to reduce poverty in a large extent. We're able to provide fresh water to people who never had fresh water before. We're able to provide a lot of, if you look at the general lifestyle of people now compared to 100 years ago, a lot of people are not just becoming I'm not speaking about the exceptionally wealthy. I'm speaking about just the average person. If you look at people on average and you take them and you look at statistics in that way. So I think that we are kind of, we definitely can look for a future. It's good to prepare for the worst, but then also hope for a really good future where we do have just a lot of people in solidarity with a similar culture. We don't need to have all the same culture, but a similar culture where we just want people to do the best that they've got and make sure that that people have good education and that.
Yeah, a higher standard of living, as much as we can. I was gonna bring up something too, where instead of let's just hypothetically say some disaster area, wherever it is, right? Instead of just bringing in temporary shelter, it's actually bringing in stuff so they can build shelter from the stuff that's still there. If you know what I mean. So that way they can build it back up. Instead of just having something temporary that, well, what do you do after that when it's gone?
Well,
when the help's gone and all that stuff, right? Trying to help them with, I don't know, bringing in not construction material, but machines so they can actually use what they have still there to build it back up instead of having a tent, you can build a log cabin, as a metaphor.
Or you teach people to build as well. I know that from myself as well. I genuinely will admit that I don't know how to fix these problems, and that's something where, for me to pretend like I do. And what you said earlier, CR, where you say that that we might be more informed on certain things. I think the humility that you have by saying that is very important, and I think that most people would do so much better in the world these days to view themselves as the less informed, and always willing to try and soak in and be a sponge and try and learn from other people as much as possible. And I think that's a very good way to
be a student more than a teacher.
Always, yes.
Yes. I think that's why. That's where we,
Yeah.
It's good to teach, but I guess you're always forever a student, right? Always trying to absorb more information, learn more skills, knowledge, gain more experience, And when you get better, you try to spread that and teach others to inform them, and hopefully they'll get better, and then you can learn more, and hopefully that cycle of learning and teaching just goes on, and eventually we're at a higher standard of living.
There's a certain beauty in learning and just being being humble as well. My problem with humility is that I'm also my own worst critique in everything. So I always try and I'll always have delayed introspection, where I'll have a conversation and I'll end up starting to ramble, and then I'll think about it later, and then I was like, did I really need to go around the bush so many times with words? So I'm always, even as I'm talking right now, I'm probably talking too much anyways.
We all are. Well, I mean, it's over ShadowScoutSwede. He's just listening.
Yes, sorry, give me 1 second.
Quoting a professor I had, the day you stop learning is the day you die. Well, I agree with that. Hey, Second Star Survival, good to see you.
Hi, Second Star. How are you doing, man?
Yeah. Well, my point was, if that job needs to be done, and expect help from somebody who can help you in that by getting rid of the quotation marks, getting rid of the problem, getting rid of the bad guys, so to say. And then if the people don't show any willpower on their own, any there's no willpower. There's no, instead of saying, okay, we're now in a position where we can move forwards and establish something that is going to be a better tomorrow, then why did they expect the USA to jump in and help in the first place? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, what they want the USA to control them and give them everything? It's like, no, that's not. Okay, you had a problem, you had a dictator, you had a regime, whatever, and so on and so on and so on. The world said this is an issue, we need help. The UN, gutless wonders, useless. NATO, it's not a NATO nation, so who's going to do it? Oh, USA, help, we wave American flags, blah, blah, blah.
I mean,
and then the USA does the job, right? And they call in other nations to help them, among which often Aussies come in and say, yep, not a problem, we got our SAS blokes, we got our Navy, we got this and that. Not huge, but hey. And somebody else might jump in as well from the NATO nations and so on and say, yep, we'll jump in, whether that be Poland or whether it be Italy, or somebody jumps in and says, yep, we'll support you guys in this because it seems like the right thing to do. The right thing gets done, and then all of a sudden, who's the bad guy? The guys that did what they were asked to do, what the world was expecting them to do. But then they're the bad guys because they don't want to, fork out the cash to feed, hand out the cash to these people. It's like, hang on a second. You don't hand money out to people to help them. You give them the power for them to govern themselves. But they don't want to do that. They want handouts in their own country. I've seen that in action. In the Balkans, in the Middle East, I saw it firsthand. It's not a joke. It's just the way it is. And then the bad guys is who? Conspiracy theories against the whole Western world who jumped in to help and take care of the dictators or the regime as a whole.
Yeah, it becomes a problem because sometimes the prolonged effects of the aid that is being provided can actually have a very negative effect over a certain duration. I'm sure that you're aware of that as well, where sometimes, the exploitation that occurs after the aid is provided, that is quite extensive in certain cases.
You know what?
I was not
every country. I'm gonna say one thing, and I'll pick on myself. The only people Australia has to blame for its problems is Australians. The only people any other country has for its problems is its own nation members, its own citizens. Dots. They can't blame everybody and anybody else.
Yeah, but corruption is sometimes like not just corruption, but power is sometimes very like difficult to lose its grip over certain places where leadership attains power, and then they don't often feel
leadership came from the people. It came from those people. Didn't fall from Mars. They didn't come from Jupiter down to that country and getting to power. They got in power one way or the other with the support of part of the nation that's in that country. And the rest of the nation that disagrees with it obviously didn't do enough to stop that from happening.
Once you have power, though, it's easy to do mass manipulation and make sure that your people follow the guidelines that are set by yourselves. So it is quite challenging to look at I understand what you're saying, but it is quite challenging to look at the masses and then wonder why the masses are kind of almost not really reacting, because if they do react, they face that which they fear, correct? So that's the problem that I see as well, where once certain groups are in power, it is exceptionally hard for the people to ever make a solid stand, because if they do as individuals, or if they do in any way conspire or anything like that, then you're facing, you're going against the law of the land, and then you're obviously putting yourself and those that you care about in danger. So that's the problem. Like, that's why we've got to try and just encourage in a positive way. It sounds ridiculous, but we've just got to try and encourage people that they do have the power to fair voting in the modern world. And that's what matters, I think. People being able to have a say. And even though you could go and say, is the voting system questionable? And I'm not going to get into that. But I am going to say that if you can, and if you are in a place where you are able to vote, I definitely think that voting does make a small difference, because if everybody has the mentality that voting won't really make a difference, then we won't really have anybody voting for change.
Anyways, can I add a few things in here? I just want to add a few things in here, just to so it's not always just specifically about this topic, not just this topic, but to relate it into the preparedness thing. Just so because I think that's important too, because like this help and realizing like sometimes the best help you can get is to help yourself, right? Isn't that what we want to prepare in the first place, right? If that makes any sense, right? Instead of relying on help, external help, right? I mean, it's there for a reason, right? But sometimes the best help you can get is to prepare beforehand, right? It's just like, like building a storm shelter before the storm comes. You're taking steps to help yourself by doing something for yourself instead of relying on external help, burdening the system a lot more and stuff like that. Because I think that's important too, right? I mean, this whole how preparedness, plays into that and stuff like that. Because people become complacent about, I'll just receive help. I'll get help. It's all good. Well, if anyone starts to think like that, then that help starts to thin out. And eventually there'll be pocked holes in that help.
That's called responsibility on it. That's called responsibility on an individual level.
Yeah, I mean, I always say if you care enough for your family, friends, loved ones, people you stay with, whoever, right, grandparents and all this stuff, the preparedness is a form of helping them, a form of caring for them, right? So at least it gives them something more to work with, right? Because any one of us, right, we have grandparents and parents and all this stuff, maybe children or whatever, right? To me, I don't want them to, how do I say, suffer or something like that. If I could have did something beforehand, for example, give them like a poncho when it's raining out, instead of forcing them to be like, I gotta walk home in the spring without a jacket. Oh wait, see, I put something in my car. I can wear it. Oh, it was so nice of him to care, to think about me. You know, that kind of thing. And does that make sense? I know I'm probably starting to ramble now. Thanks.
No.
Thanks, CG. I'm starting to ramble now.
No,
You know?
That's giving people like small, EDCs and that as well.
Yeah, because I think, try to lead by example, right? You know.
Precisely, yeah. And even if it's
it's not always, you know, how do I say? Can't always like. I lose my train of thought. Sorry. Anyways, yeah.
No, it's not a problem at all. Like you can definitely there's no pressure whatsoever. It's just a group of us at the moment.
Yeah. Because and building that community, right? It's just like that's what I've been trying to do too. It's just like I'm trying to show, that everyone's out there for themselves, so to speak, right? I mean, I guess there's a time and place for stuff like that, but generally speaking, for example, like the TP last year, while people were quote unquote scrambling for it, I was just like, my friend needed one. I'm like, oh yeah. I instantly just like went into a little stack. I'm like, oh, here you go. He's like, you sure? I'm like, yeah. I can spare that. Right? You could use that. You could use it.
Let me give you an example, a concrete example, which is very recent, and it's Venezuela. The U.S. government tried to help the Venezuelan people out, the people who are anti-regime, anti-communist regime. Okay, what happened? The lefties within the U.S. went crazy. The whole world of the lefties out there, the so-called left-wingers, all accused America of meddling in other people's business. And yet Venezuelans are running, they're hungry. They're literally hungry. One of the richest countries in this world when it comes to natural resources is hungry.
I'll be back.
All right, Coach Wood.
Not a problem.
You see my point there? So when the rich countries of this earth, namely the USA, as the strongest and the richest that nobody wants to mess with, except China, obviously, and Russia, but apart from China and Russia, no other country wants to mess with the USA because their military is too powerful. Their economics might be in trouble, but they're still firmer than most other countries out there. Believe it or not. They have too much of an influence.
Yeah.
And yet when they try to do the right thing and help those people who are in trouble, the whole world, I won't say the world, but the nutcases in this world accuse them of what? Of meddling in other people's backyards. Really? But when something goes wrong down there, oh, look at the poor Venezuelans. They have to run to Chile. They have to run to this country, that country. They're all crossing the borders. They're all, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And when you try to give them the help that they need within their borders, you're the bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
So help them in a way that they can stand up on their own 2 feet and defend themselves against the tyranny within their own country.
Yeah, that's a really harsh situation. And I've actually got friends of mine that are from Venezuela as well, and I'm quite connected with them. And I'm not going to say from which category or anything like that, but it's important that because I've listened to their stories and I've compared them, with other places in the world as well, and they're you bring up a very, very extensive situation where it's basically an example of what happens when you see I tread so lightly on a live stream, so I'll tread very carefully on this out of respect for Shadow, because the things that I'd say about this topic, because really they're living in a really intensive disaster situation and they, we have like power outages, like extreme power outages on our side as well in my country, and which is South Africa. If those of you that may not be aware of that yet, but in South Africa we've got extreme power outages, and it really does have an impact on a lot of things. Just work rate as well. Smaller companies struggle to stay afloat when there's power outages and certain deadlines need to be met. As a company, if you're an entrepreneur and you're starting off, power outages are an extreme thing. And Venezuela that you speak about is also experiencing a large amount of those, where they also go completely without power in certain areas. And the food is definitely one big thing, because that's the ability to live. If you don't have food,
you know how rich Venezuela is or was.
Absolutely.
Or can be.
Yes. Yeah. In resources wise, you're spot on.
Correct. And they never had issues until when? Until a group of people within their own nation took power, right? They hide behind an ideological flag, but they just wanted to be in power because they just wanted to be in power. And they ruined it for everybody, didn't they? And they're running it tyrannically. And who's the victim? Those people that feel helpless. And when somebody tries to empower those people, give them what they need in order to take back their country, and to put those criminals that ruin the country in their place for them within their own justice system, not for some other justice system to come in. But here you go. What do you need? You need the following. Okay. Items A, B, C, and D. Here they are. Oh, don't fiddle around. Don't mess with other people's politics. Don't mess around in other people's backyard. Look, Big Brother, America, messing in everybody else's business. Why do they have to meddle with the whole world? But then, let's feel sorry for the Venezuelans because they can't do this and they can't. Well, hang on a second. That's hypocritical. You see my point there?
I see it lacks.
I'm not taking away anything from the victims. I'm not taking away. In fact, victims are always victims. End of story. Yep. But there is something that's just not right among us people who bash, tread all over the USA for trying to do the right thing, right, by the Venezuelans, by giving them what they need in order to fix their own problems.
So America, for a lot of countries we're basically the mongoose, right? Like small little, herbivore animals is what you could view a lot of the smaller countries. And America is essentially the eagle that's flying above. And I've always used this analogy, and it's an analogy that I really love. And essentially, America is the eagle that's flying above everybody, right? And if America's in a large amount of trouble, and if America really is experiencing, if they get cut off from the rest of the world for any reason whatsoever, a lot of the other countries, us little smaller herbivores, are instantly going to be in the line of sight of a lot of different snakes that are out there. And I'm being serious when I say that. If you look throughout history, this has repeated itself, and it's like the thing that I can't fathom whatsoever is that we can look back in history and see how many people have experienced a Venezuelan type experience, right? And what led to that, and how certain places in the world are right on the verge of that at the moment, and how bad that can really be for a lot of people. So, when we speak about prepping, and this is the thing that I'm sorry to continue, Auslander, but what I want to say is that it still is completely like it's puzzling to me, and I'm completely oblivious to the fact that people don't see preparing to some extent as something that's just natural, logical, and preparedness and emergency preparedness in general. I mean, how, looking even at the brief history of our world, how would that not seem like the most rational thing to do? Not even some. And then the weird thing is people who view preparedness as something that's like an extremist type of thing when it's completely not.
The stigma.
It's also precisely that stigma that's against it.
That stigma, from mainstream, some people were like, "Oh, you mean that doomsday stuff?" No, it's a little bit more than that, right? Right. Nothing that stuff can't happen, but there's these other things if we've seen this year. Yeah, this year alone. Right? No, this year alone, right?
Yeah,
this year alone, we had both the cold in Texas, we had the heat here in Canada, we had the fires here, towns burning down, hurricanes out east, the flooding out east in the U.S., right? The flooding in Germany, I believe, right? The flooding in China. All that happened this year, right? All that happened this year, you know, and a little knowledge, some skill, and some experience to go with that gears and supplies would have helped. You know?
That SHIT happens in Australia every year. You get the bushfires, then you get the floods, then you get the cyclones, and we don't complain like you guys. Look at you guys up in Canada. You get a few little bushfires happening here, just oversized
it's like the
campfires,
snow, right?
and you're crying.
It's like the
smoke in the air. Oh, my eyes are hurting. I'm crying now.
No, it's like the snow and the cold.
You've got to give Canada credit, though, as well, for certain sects of their military are some of the most outstanding military ever as well. And they're very friendly and nice people. And that's what I really love about them. Like, everybody knows that Canadians are usually just like courteous, well-mannered and friendly. I'm not saying all of them, but I mean, that's if your country is known for that, how wonderful is that? Like, the whole world should learn from Canada, in my honest opinion, and like learn to be more, friendly towards other people and more positive, and like, just because over in the US when I was doing mountain bike training, downhill training as well, I met quite a lot of Canadians, and the thing about that is that all of them were just such nice, happy, friendly people, and I really love that. So I've got to give a lot of respect to Canada, even though you do have a point, Ausland.
Well, at least we don't complain about the cold and the winter as much.
No, you guys are made for that. You guys do really well with that as well. Like, you guys are exceptionally, and it's so beautiful. Canada is you guys have such a gorgeous country. Like, all of those mountains and like the snow-capped mountains and the deep forests.
Yeah, I've been blessed to see a lot of this country.
Nice.
From out, 4 or 5 time zones. I still get to go Sweden, way up north.
Come on, hang on a second. Sweden's well known for one thing: beautiful women. So much to the rest of us.
Sweden's probably, definitely one of the most beautiful countries as well. Like, Sweden is, that's all of those mountains and just the way that you guys are very strategically laid. Like, you guys are in a zombie type apocalypse or something. You guys are so good, like, because you guys have like a natural barrier that protects you from everywhere else. It's so good.
They'll have the sexiest zombies in the whole world.
That's true. You guys are good-looking folk. My wife would agree as well. She doesn't mind me saying so. That's you Swedes are a good-looking bunch. So I've got to say that. Some of the models that are world-renowned definitely are from Sweden. So there's a reason for that.
Yeah, we say Inga from Sweden, but the women say Sven from Sweden.
And of course, we've got. PewDiePie, but we won't talk about PewDiePie too much. I'm just saying we have PewDiePie. The YouTube is one of the biggest YouTubers out there. We're on YouTube, and just credits to you.
Yeah, and PewDiePie is well known.
Yeah, he's the biggest. Even if people are for him or against him, it's not what I'm bringing him up for. I'm just saying that it's quite amazing what he's been able to do. It's pretty awesome.
Hard work.
Yes, a lot. He uploads so often, and he's always at it. Like, he definitely, and he's been doing it for such a long time as well. So.
And dedication, right?
Sorry, CR? What did you say?
I was going to say dedication, rolling with the punches, as they say, right? The highs and lows of a content creator, right? It's not always for anyone out there, right? Starting, right? There's a lot more channels, more people starting a channel, or they're like, yeah, you know what? See, I think I'm gonna start a channel, and they're looking for help and stuff like that. I was just like, yeah, you know what? I'll share the thing the experience that I've learned and all this stuff, the stories and stuff, the highs and lows, expecting not everyone's gonna get to the 1K mark like that, right? But some people can, but it takes dedication, time, right? And you're trying to to know your community that you're trying to get into. Get your name out there, your channel name out there and stuff like that. So people will be like, oh yeah, I know, yeah. People will mention you, and people will be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll check out the content. Watch a couple of videos, see if I like it, right? That's where I've. Sorry, I was going to say.
No, you're so right. Continue.
And this is why I say, a couple small, shorter videos helps to kind of entice people to come in, because if you're new, sometimes it's kind of like daunting to see like, oh, they only have long videos. I don't know what to say, and I want to watch it all, right? And not just like watch 5 seconds, and actually try to add to the discussion or whatever they're talking about, whatever it is, right?
Hey,
sometimes these short videos are nice every so often, so people can be like, they can come in and say something.
It's your wall, it's your channel. You be you in the story.
Okay, Harvey. You see what Harvey wrote? This cat have mosquitoes the size of baseballs.
Isn't it a well-known fact around the whole world?
Oh, shush.
And some people think it walks polar bears on the streets in Sweden. So
you don't?
What? I thought it would. What? I thought that's true. I'm just kidding.
No, I haven't seen a polar bear in Sweden.
I don't think so much of polar bears. I think of incredibly expensive, luxurious cars.
And chocolates.
And chocolates.
And chocolates.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we should all say hi to her. Hi. We can hear you.
Please come on, just for like 1 minute. Just to say hello.
The chocolate connoisseur.
Earliest wave. A nice wave. Or something. Or a peace sign or something. I don't know.
Little Miss Connoisseur of Swedish chocolates.
So that's so much of a better face, I'm being serious, than the one that's on now. Come back for a little bit. It makes my profile picture over there where it says CG look so much better when your face is in here. Come on. Like, it's so much better because then we've got some, and also your input as well. A lot of people don't know, but she grew up a lot of it in like, the rural areas as well, where
I grew up on a farm for a little bit of my life. My grandparents had a farm.
Yeah, so like a lot of the time, she has a lot of understanding of the basic survival skills as well when it does come to.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
To a lot of different things too. So she's a bit of a. She doesn't. She's so pretty. Look at her. It's amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah, but for real though, it definitely helps to just have like some of your basic skills, to be able to cover those, and then for the people that you love within your life to be able to share your passions with, and that's something that I definitely feel always encouraged about when it does come to creating different content. And I've got something huge that's just about to come up. My motorcycle's been in repairs, like in quite heavy repairs and upgrades for the last 2 months. There's been things that I didn't have the tools for, so it's in the shop at the moment basically. And when I get that back, it's going to open up a lot more opportunity for me to drive to various places and to do a lot more content, shelter building content as well, and basic bushcraft skills, a lot of those type of things. Show people landscapes, do a lot of those type of content, and then also do like motorcycle vlogs type of things, because I love my motorcycles. So like what's going to be really nice, including the vlog, yeah.
It's vlog.
It's a vlog. My apologies, yeah. I'm not too good with these modern terms. I'm sorry, but yeah, the vlogs. It's going to be pretty interesting. What do you have to? Do you want to give a little bit of input?
Oh, come on. Like, share a little with us. So
blog
it's always
with
nice to get to know people better. It is. I always say that. It's because I always say this all the time lately. It's because I'm trying to see people, get to know people better. Because I realize if you get to know people better, you have the tendency to remember them. Remember what they do, who they are, what they like to do and stuff like that. Because it's easier to remember it. Instead of you being like, who's this again?
Well, okay, so I need to be careful though, because I don't want to sound like a dick though, but honestly, in my opinion, when you guys are talking about the whole country thing and America intervening and stuff, my opinion is everybody should be left to do their own thing. If people aren't happy enough, they'll do something about it. They will, undeniably so. So even if the politicians are absolutely dreadful, I don't think any country should step in for another country. They should be like able to fight their own battles, so to speak.
Well, I don't know if I agree with
see,
that.
That's where we'll disagree.
I don't
Absolutely.
know if
I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion. I mean,
no, that's the most awesome thing, right? So we have a lot of disagreements in that.
And then we debate this stuff.
But we always do it in like a civil manner because we've got like, we're not identical in any way. Like it's definitely nice to have the different opinions. But I definitely think that there's places in the world where suffering would be on an extreme basis if it was not for the intervention of the US being able to help out places.
I understand
if it had to,
that.
and then those people would be suffering,
I do get that.
and there would be no help for them.
But the problem is, then as Oslander was saying, no matter what, even if they go in and do exactly what they were asked to do, they always end up being the bad guys in the end. It doesn't matter. It's always somehow, whatever happens afterwards, that they're the bad guys. And it's always going to be the bad guys, whoever steps in, because eventually something will go wrong. And then, like, for example, you can use South Africa as well. So initially, like, they were like, okay, we need to change things. And South Africa on an economic level was doing well, but like we were treating like people awful. Okay, so apartheid was completely wrong. So then they stepped in to make that change. And now there are people who literally blame America, and they say like, okay, if America didn't put sanctions on us and stuff like that, then we would have worked out a different way about it instead of handing power over to the ANC, which is incredibly corrupt now. I mean, I don't know if they were back then. I was born. So yeah, people always blame like the country that steps in or that tries to make a difference when things go off the rails, which they inevitably will. So countries got to like build character, fight your own wars.
Well, that's like what that saying, don't shoot the messenger, as they say, right?
Yeah.
That kind of thing, right? It's just like something goes wrong. We gotta blame who helps now.
And there's also the question of depending on the situation. Sometimes how can I put this? The USA is well known for the production of certain items, right? Which their Second Amendment allows them to have. Everybody. They have an excess in production sometimes. And if the victims within another country need those items in order to defend themselves from the aggressors within their own nation, so not messing with other people's business, just giving them what is needed for them to defend themselves against those people who are mistreating them. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yes, and I totally agree. But the problem is, right, in a perfect world, you will, and this is where it gets so shady, because in a perfect world, you'll have like countries can independently like run themselves and all that. But if somebody like becomes like a really bad dictator or something, you know, then you essentially want someone like a world police type of deal to step in and be like, okay, you're doing something wrong, you're killing people, you're, you know, like you don't want another like Holocaust or something, you know. So you want somebody who can step in like that. But then in order to have that people feel represented, then you're leaning heavily on that, you know, like one world order thing. And then it gets really shady and people don't want to go for that.
Like I said, who's going to jump in? The UN?
I like how she's jumped in and he just like kind of just took off. It's like, oh, she's here. I can take off. I can go do something. I'll be back.
That's exactly. You're exactly right, CR. By the way,
see, he's not denying it.
Wait, who can the people depend on? The UN? They're gonna bring out a decree and say, "Oh, this is so wrong. We shouldn't be doing this. Those people should not be. What can we do? America, help them." It's like,
people need to, you know, people need to depend on themselves first, right? You can't depend on yourself. Do what you can do well. I mean, because you're putting the pressure on someone else, right? You know, you're putting that pressure of help not on you but on someone else. Then you become complacent when it doesn't work out. It's not there in time. It's not good enough, and all this stuff. And then I don't know. It just spirals downwards. You know, that's like that saying, or what people say. Some people in channel say, or, "Oh, I don't need to prep. I'll just come to your place." Well, that kind of thing, right?
So that's that. Sorry, Auslander, what did you say there?
They have to know where I am first.
Well, yeah, that's also something. Yeah, that's a topic that I really enjoy quite a lot. It's that there's actually a video from, I think it's Canadian Prepper, who made a video about. He was speaking about, you know, I'll come to your house when SHTF. No, it wasn't Canadian Prepper. It is City Prepping. He made a video about. You know,
yeah.
Yeah, have you seen that one? Yeah,
I think I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's a brilliant. I like when some of those guys go into the psychological sides of preparedness, that type of thing as well, because I enjoy that thoroughly. So it's a very good question. You know, what will neighbors really do? And then if you do look at there's two sides to it that are pretty much in contrast. The one side of it is definitely that if you look at examples of disaster scenarios in the past, a lot of the time people have banded together. Really, goodwill has prospered. Good will always win at the end of the day, and I strongly believe that. And I understand that there is that part which I said that is in contrast to that, which is where, what do you do when absolutely desperate scenarios happen long enough, SHTF occurs, and then how do you, how many people are you willing to provide for? Who are you willing to provide for? Have you even arranged those type of things? It gets into that, which is a very extensive preparedness topic. And I really like that, that type of thinking, and thinking about what will actually happen and how do you provide for more people? How do you make sure that you can be an asset, but at the same time not jeopardize yourself and your family, because you've got to see it in a rational way as well. You've got to understand that people are not all angels, and people are not all trying to do the best for each other. Some people will go out of their way, in fact, to try to do you in, you know. So you've got to be quite, there's a lot of sharks out there is what I'm saying. And you've got to be aware of that, but at the same time be willing to help as much as you possibly can too. Because if you, for example, the people who are currently within your life as well, if you were to desert them for any reason, then what would your legacy be when you are of old age and you're lying there, perhaps in your deathbed, and you're looking back and you're thinking to yourself, you know, that you could have helped more, you could have been more of an honorable person as well. Because I think that honor, dignity, and integrity go hand in hand. So, sorry to ramble. I know.
Hey, I'm rambling too. I think we all are at times. You know, I want to add a
with
few things.
wrangling.
Yeah, I want to add a few things in. I mean, I've seen people band together, right? I mean, like, see, here in Canada, we've had towns burned down due to forest fires. I've seen people band together and, you know, trying to help people evacuate, get down the road more, you know, or shuttling gas from a different area and bringing it up, right? Free or even at just cost, right? Not even making money out of it, not price gouging or anything like that, because, you know, for whatever the reason is, you know, maybe they know people in that town, you know, care enough, or just simply just want to do something more. How do I say? What's that word? Altruistic, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's the word. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Because I've never mentioned this on the channel. Back in 2016, we had a fire here in this area. Well, not specifically here, right? But there was incidences of stuff like this going on, and I mean, I want to go help the relief effort locally, well, as much as I can, and, you know, help shuttle water and stuff like that. You know, I'm not trying to make a big deal about it. This is why I don't mention it on my channel, because I don't want to make a big deal about it. But I want to say that I've done this because I did this because I wanted to help, right? You know, because it gave me a chance to talk to people and realize, you know, this could be any one of us, right? This could be any one of us. This could be a family member, a coworker, friend, right? That could be in the same situation, right? And when you want to help your family, coworker, friends, right? You know, if you guys were bailing from something, right? I wouldn't want to help you, though, because I know you guys, right? You know, because I care enough to want to do that. You know, as much as I can, right? You know?
Compassion is a very powerful force, and the ability that people have to fight for those that they love is a much stronger force when people are doing so for the right reasons. And I think that you know, your willingness to help others as well isn't something that you should feel that, you know, oops, did I mention it? And, you know, you feel because of your humility, you instantly feel that way. And I understand that as well. You know, and I definitely realized that doing things like that, you know, we need more of that as much as possible. But sometimes, because we live in a world as well, unfortunately, where people will put a farce up that they're trying to help as well. I know that that's not you. Where we live in a world where people will fake rescuing on YouTube fake rescue videos, or, you know,
yeah, but they actually like trap animals and like put animals.
What is that called? There's a specific phrase. What's that called again? There's a specific phrase when people do, if someone what's that called again?
Faking it?
No, there's a specific phrase that people say, or like you hear it on shows or TV, or
yes, artist.
Where people make it happen so they can be the ones that, oh, hey, I'm the one helping the hero, that hero, even though they actually started that. What's that called again?
I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's like on the tip of my tongue.
I know. Oh, come on, Harvey. Side chat, help me here. There's supposed to be a specific phrase for that, right? And, you know, unfortunately, some people are like that, right? They want that attention, right? You know?
So it's kind of funny though, because I can tell you something that is quite, you know, just from personal experience when it does come to that as well. My grandmother and my grandfather, I grew up underneath them. Due to circumstances, I grew up with my grandparents. Okay, but now my grandparents, in a lot of ways, have an immense amount of respect for them. They're both passed on now. But when I was younger, they instilled certain values. And what my grandmother used to say is that, you know, something that's biblical is she used to say that you should never let your left hand know what your right hand does. So essentially meaning that, like, if I do good out there, which I do try to, and if I like had to go and record that would be opposite for the fact that I was trying to help with the right intentions, because your intentions should be pure, and they shouldn't be from a place where you're trying to attain, you know, fame or approval or self-gratification to a degree. It should be from a place where it comes from compassion and empathy for others. So that's something where really.
I hate it when people like record themselves giving like food or money. So,
okay,
like,
I had to Google it. I had to re-Google it. I know. It's the
so
hero
cheating.
syndrome. It's the hero syndrome.
Yes.
That's what it's called. That's what it's called.
Though.
Yes, that's when someone gets this accident or something going, so they can be the first on the scene and look like the hero. Yes, the hero syndrome. That's what it's called. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot about that. I'm like, I had to Google that.
We recently saw because we watch another channel on YouTube. I won't recommend the other channel now because I don't want to like distract viewers or something like that as well. Lead them there, but maybe after the stream when you're closing off, I'll tell you guys who it is. But there's a channel that we watch, and what they do is there's a person in specific that covers like murders that occur. Okay, so like murders that have occurred and crime scenes, that type of thing. But he tells the whole story of exactly what happened in the situation, and it's there's sometimes within those stories there's exactly that like hero thing where the hero complex where somebody will actually endanger other people, and then if you want to Shadow, if you want to read that comment there, I can ramble
like
on.
I said, the hero syndrome.
See, I believe in banding together, but only band together with close friends or family. But even then, if in SHTF situation, you can't even know if someone will turn on you in a heartbeat because
of
stress or seeing the stockpile, but only ration to a cup of rice.
Very, very, very well said. And
I agree.
That's the true thing. Is and essentially in psychology as well, you learn that that unfortunately, and this is the truth, most people, that's the reason why we're alive, is most people do end up looking out for themselves directly, and that's just being honest. Most people will put themselves and those that they directly care about before other people. And even if you do understand that in a long-term SHTF situation, like there are so many people out there that are, there's a lot of good people out there. I want to say that first of all. There's a lot of good out there, but there are absolutely those that will view kindness as a weakness for opportunity and do whatever they can to kind of exploit that. So that's a big thing.
Bingo, 100% correct.
I mean, there is a time and place for something like that too. Actually, if I remember right, if, for example, I guess if you're on an airplane, and emergency oxygen comes out, you're supposed to be putting it on yourself first before putting it on someone else. That way, you don't pass out and they can't help anyone else. Then, I guess it's supposed to be like that or something like that. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, it's I don't know. I talk too much, so I do have my opinion on that is very extensive.
We all talk too much. I talk too much. I mean, this ain't even my stream. I'm like, this ain't my stream. I gotta let them talk.
Harvey's the biggest chatterbox in here all the time.
I know. Always dropping the links.
Are you still here, by the way, Harvey?
Harvey, we're calling you loud. Give him 5 seconds. 5,
he didn't put
4,
his oxygen mask
3, 2, 1.
That's not putting pressure on Harvey at all, right?
Oh, come on. He's usually ready with links and all this. Oh, yeah. See. He leaves. Yeah. See, I just have to give him an extra 5.
What he was doing something and just had like the audio on, and he was like busy helping somebody from like, you see, listening, watching. He was like helping somebody that was just about to fall out of a building, and then now we had to distract him and make him come back to the comment section. No, Harvey really is one of the best mods that I've seen in any of the homesteading, emergency preparedness community, like all of that. Harvey's a legend, and I said that earlier in the chat, but I really mean it. Like, you're right.
He said it, Harvey. Apparently, you're a legend. Ooh,
but because Harvey, I haven't actually ever really been to Harvey's like specific channel though. Like I've always seen Harvey in the community, but I've searched for Harvey Black and couldn't find a channel. Do you have a channel? Because you're always posting everybody else's links and always doing like nice things for people like that, but you don't always. Bye, host, and to all co-hosts. Bye, by the way, Jovelin. Have a lovely weekend further, and good evening. Enjoy your evening ahead of you. Thank you for being here, by the way.
Jovelin.
No, Harvey doesn't have a channel. Or can we say doesn't have a channel yet? Maybe is that something in the works, Harvey? That you thinking that you might do something like that at a point? Because I owe you a lot of recommendations over to your channel. So if you ever have a channel, just I don't have the biggest channel, but I'll definitely.
Oh, come on, Harvey! You can start a channel about modding and helping people in the community. Come on, he's got experience in that. I mean, clearly.
Not just that, he's very knowledgeable in like a lot of the topics as well. Like I know that Harvey knows lots of things just by the way that Harvey comes across. So I don't know, no pressure to do so because we put pressure on you to come back and chat in the channel.
You know, I always picture Harvey with like 2 free keyboards. He's got text documents with all the links available, so he can just copy and paste. And he's just like, you know, he's always got like, oh, I need a spare mouse just in case. I don't want to be without a mouse, 2 keyboards, and all this stuff.
Look at that though, like
busy modeling.
Yeah.
Modding. Sorry.
Yeah, no, modding. Yeah. I'm wondering, while you're doing that, Harvey, you could just take a camera with you. Just get a camera, and while you're hacking, while you're doing all of that, just take a camera with you, slam it right onto a channel, and like just really, because I just a suggestion. I'm quite passionate about making content and that type of thing, and I definitely think that with the way that you are towards other people, that we need people like you in the community as well. So just think about it while you're prepping, while you're hacking. Maybe a little camera with you might help sometime. But
yeah, you can be a vlogger.
I'd be all over your channel, is all I'm saying. I'd definitely support you through and through, is what I mean. So
I think we all will be all over his channel.
Harvey would be at 1K like a couple weeks. No. It could happen.
More of us.
And to be honest, kind of more of us. And it's just like there's a lot more people out there preparing, or even getting into the voice crafting survival kind of community or homesteading. So, I mean, I'll relate it in that way, but I'm always trying to encourage people, right? Because the thing is, and not suppress or discourage people from doing something, right? Because like any one of us, right? We probably made mistakes in the past in terms of, maybe I shouldn't have stored my water directly on the ground in a clear container in the sun, in the light, for example, right? And kind of spread our kind of experiences out there, our stories, right? So people can learn from that and not be so, hey, if this bigger channel can make mistakes, I guess it's not, it's okay that I make them, right? But the idea is learn from the mistakes so you don't repeat them again,
Yeah, and constantly, what we were speaking about earlier as well, constantly change and constantly try and improve. And these are, unfortunately, these are the things that we also need to discuss, and that Second Star Survival is speaking about there, because these are the important topics. It's things like this that, it's the harder side of survivalism. It's the side where we don't always want to, like, there are things fun, gear is fun, different bug out locations, bug out vehicles, those are all great. Shadow, can you bring that up one more time again? Can you, just that comment from yeah. So also it's easier for family to turn on family, because in this day and age we have learned it's easier to give those forgivenesses and it's harder to pull the trigger on blood. So I think family is, at the end of the day, my uncle actually said to me, he's not around anymore either. He was an amazing man, and he said to me that family is everything. And I didn't always understand it, because I spent a lot of my youth, my youth was spent with, in various different groups, and I enjoyed people and chatting to different types of people as well, like all the time, and having various amounts of friendship groups and that.
He was a social butterfly.
Well, more like a social falcon, I'd like to say. And I like to say butterfly because it makes me sound butterflyish, and I'm not butterflyish, you guys.
No, it's funny.
Butterflies.
That's funny.
We've just got a new adjective. Butterfly.
Outgoing person.
So yeah, when it does come to people, and I do like, and I love people, but what I'm saying is that my uncle definitely was right when he said that family is so important. Because now that I have my little family of my own, I understand it more than I ever would. And it's not just because my wife's sitting next to me. Like, even if I was doing the stream and she wasn't near here at all, I'd be saying the same exact thing, because it's what I really is, because it's what I believe, though. And that's that, like, your family, like, you have to help people as much as you possibly can. That's what I've always done. That's why I put myself at risk in ways to help people. And I'm not going to put myself out there right now. But I definitely do so. And, yeah, I'm careful with what I said.
I was just gonna add, it's just like there's some cultures and communities out there, right, where it's like customary to, like, if you see an elderly person, your grandmother or grandfather or whatever, someone older, right? If it's hot out, you offer them water, right? You offer them a bottle of water. It's like, it's something like that. That's a good gesture. It's like it's almost like it's like a custom, right? It's like, offer some water, right?
I think it's true. I think respecting your elders is very important. It shows a certain sign. But however, some elders, they can remove that respect that is earned, because it's not that I passively will respect all elders, guaranteed. But there are some people when I was younger that were my elders that didn't really deserve any respect whatsoever, because of some of their actions. So it does come. I know that that's not what you're directly relating to, but I definitely think that you're right. Having a respect and admiration and a willingness to learn from people and those older than you absolutely is something that's very key. So important, really.
That's almost like the same. I mean, that whole cliche of helping a little old lady across the street, kind of like that kind of cliche saying, something like that. It's along the same lines of that.
What Harvey's speaking about here as well. I had the I'm just trying to think of something and see if it pops up on that side. But yeah, that's very concerning at the moment. That's something that's quite troublesome.
Yeah, it is.
The UK.
I'm going to read it out. I'll read it out to the people.
Oh, about the gas? Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, to be honest, we're coming into winter, right? In the northern hemisphere, so I mean, it's gonna get colder and stuff like that. People idle more, right? Or they're trying to warm up their vehicle, so I'll say you burn through gas faster. Stuff like
Don't forget, the UK does rely upon its forces within the nation for all sorts of logistics.
Yep.
So it's not necessarily as bad as what it sounds. It's not good. I'm just saying that just because it's the military, don't compare it to your own country, the way your own country handles things, because the British have relied upon the military for many things, many a time, especially when the going gets tough.
Oh, so and a friendly PSA for everyone: remember to keep your fuel level up as much as possible. Over half or whatever, as full as possible. Especially here in the winter, especially here in Canada. I mean, that's an important thing. That's a very important thing. That's a very important thing here in Canada, and there are places that snow too, right? Because all it takes is to twist your axle, and you can't. Well, the engine will still run, but you can't move, and you're trying to hunker down to stay with the vehicle, right? The kind of right. I guess that's always the general rule of thumb. I guess, right? Stay with your vehicles, right?
You might find this amusing, but diesel engines. The reason I learned this in Europe, to be honest. Diesel engines. The reason I prefer them is because you don't have any waste of oil in the house. everything that you cook, there's no oil wasted. You just mix it with diesel and pour it into maybe not in the newer type of engines, these.
Oh yeah, like biofuel.
Yeah, exactly. But you just mix it with diesel and you pour it in. It works just as good. So there's it's economical.
Yeah,
it's actually cleaner than petrol at the end of the day because you're using cooking
generally
oil.
I guess that's more sustainable too, right? Because unlike something refined gasoline, unlike refined gasoline that takes millions and millions of years to develop, we can still grow something like biofuel. I mean, there's other things involved. But
there was another thing. I'm not sure about Sweden. You can jump in. ShadowScoutSwede. Always read the name at the bottom there. But I know that cooking oil in Central Europe was like under €1 per litre, and yet diesel was above €1 per litre. It was €1.50 or €1.40, €1.30 per litre. So what I do is I just go to the shops and buy 6 packs or 12 packs, 24 packs of cooking oil and just pour it in 50-50 with diesel. Just drive on that, mate. Is that the same case in Sweden? Cooking, maybe not because it's too cold up there, isn't it? Can you do that?
Cooking oil?
Yeah. Sunflower oil, whatever, vegetable oil.
Yeah, we use sunflower oil. I don't use that much. I use.
Is it cheaper than diesel?
Well, sunflower oil. You pay probably for 1 liter, maybe. What can it be? 25, 30 crowns.
How much is a liter of diesel?
18 crowns.
Oh, so it's more expensive. Interesting. Because in Southern Europe and Central Europe, cooking oil is cheaper than diesel. Almost half price sometimes.
They raised the price on diesel to 18.75, I believe, per liter.
So it wouldn't work. Well, it would work still, sort of. If you use oil in the household, you'd be able to reuse it. Just put it through a cheesecloth or an old t-shirt, strain it. But yeah, down where Mrs. is from, like I said, it was almost half price to diesel at one time. So you just pour in 50-50, half vegetable oil, half diesel, and shake the car up a little bit. Drive away.
Shake the car a little bit.
Yeah, literally, just shake it so that it'll.
Oh no! Just the way you said it, shake the car a little bit. It's like what? I have to rock the car back and forth.
Yeah, you do actually, because you want it to mix.
Really.
Well,
it's funny because sometimes you here in Canada and then there are places when you're trying to get a vehicle out from like a snowbank or something like that, you gotta rock it and try to build momentum into it. So I'm picturing that.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh.
Yeah, snow sucks.
Are you trying to get out of the snow, Seer? No. I'm just mixing it.
Just mixing my fuel.
I definitely did it. I gotta say that some of my Canadian friends. Next time that happens, they'll be like, "Did you say that?" Yeah, I got this from some Aussie friend. He mentioned it.
Yeah,
but
I would suggest very highly you don't do it during winter because
no. Yeah, if
oil tends to get too thick.
Yes, viscosity.
Yes, correct. That's the word.
Yes. Hey, I learned that word in school. See, there's a couple of things in school you can learn from. Remember? Okay.
So I wonder, CR, have you Sorry, were you going to say something, Shadow? Or weren't you going to say anything there? Sorry, I apologize. I was just going to ask you. See, I've seen you be on a couple of streams, but I haven't seen you like come up on camera before. Do you sometimes show up on camera as well?
Yeah, from time to time. I think the message is more important than seeing me. And besides, I'm just doing stuff in the back too. That's why. I don't want to be people distracted. It's like, is he making something in the back when I'm talking about something on my? So.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't want to. I don't want to distract people when I'm showing.
I don't mean to put lots on you. Don't worry.
No. When I go on live, yeah, I'm there, kind of deal. I don't usually do podcast style.
Yeah.
There's
I think that this is almost what this is to a degree, which is nice. Like it's a way for us to just chat, and
yeah, it's just more of a because I think since we're not per se showing anything, the information, what we say, or the hearing is more important.
Well, Uncle L came on earlier about Murphy and spoke with
Well, why am I not surprised? I should have known Uncle Al was here earlier. I should have known.
Yes, and he
was.
Spoke about a book which ShadowScoutSwede is reading, and
that book, yeah.
You might be interested.
Yeah, he showed.
For those who haven't seen that, if my cam would.
Yeah, we could see it.
100 Deadly Skills Survival Edition.
Tammy's got a question on the side chat. Does anyone know the process to make kerosene odorless and smokeless?
No. Good idea.
Maybe Uncle Al knows.
Yeah, I don't know any.
I'm not. That I don't know.
I'm not familiar if there is.
I don't know if I should Google that either, though. I don't want that to be my history.
Yeah, that seems like,
YouTube will be like,
well, get in trouble.
Google will be like, why do you want to know
that? Hey, Tammy, I'm pretty sure you can. Tammy, go. Maybe Uncle Al does know. He might actually know that.
Uncle Al knows.
Yeah, Tammy, if you
almost everything.
Yeah.
But for what use case?
I think, do we get credit though for knowing Uncle Al, and because Uncle Al knows it though? Do we?
We get half a point. We'll share 1 point, right? So we each get a quarter. Right? Let's all be fair. We each get no, not a quarter, 1/5, because you have one additional person.
He's the Google search bar in the prepping community.
He's
the human Google.
Homesteading as well. Like he's also very much around homesteading communities, and like he's somebody that's all over the place on YouTube, and it's great. Like
and he shares his stories and experience.
With
the rest of us, right? And
it makes a live come to life. Like it definitely brings a lot of action and that type of thing, and always something new that he can bring to the table.
I got to ask on the kerosene and the kero, is that for heating or internal or inside the house or what?
Well, I guess you still have to be careful about that, right? I guess there should still be CO monoxide on that and such.
Yeah, kerosene is not the fuel of choice for anything, really.
Oh, so speak of heating. That reminds me. I think I was reading that this winter is supposed to be one of the potentially colder ones. The last little bit, the last few years. So I've heard. I've been hearing this around.
No, seriously though, for the last 9 years, I've been hearing that it's going to be the coldest winter yet and the hottest summer yet. And so far, every time they've been right. It's insane. Like our summers have gotten so darn hot. Hey, it's insane. Like you can't breathe. It's so hot.
And the heat and cold all depend on where you are, right? You know, for something like me, you would consider cold. I'd be like, well, that's okay. Or for me, considering something hot, you'd be like, that's not that bad, right? So it's all
No, I consider a light breeze cold. I get very cold very quickly.
See, this is why here in Canada, and since there's not many people from the US here, I can say it in Celsius. But you know, like here in Canada, it can get like also it can get down to below -40, which is actually the same in Celsius and Fahrenheit. But there is places here in Canada that can get over 100, you know, over 40 Celsius. So, you know, we really do have 4 seasons here. Maybe 5th if you count construction or the hockey season. But you know, this is why, you know, I'm always trying to, like, in the fall right now, I'm just kind of, before it starts to get too cold, I'm starting to bring out winter stuff, scarves, mitts, stuff like that. Make sure they're ready to go, right? There's no holes in them. They smell nice, right? You know, if I have to clean them, I'm doing this, or laundry for them, I'm doing them beforehand. That way, not scrambling at the last second, you know, because I'm not a big fan of scrambling at the last second. It's too stressful. It's too stressful. There's so much stress when you scramble at the last second, you know. You know, it's just trying to get supplies at the last second, right? Or people that try to get hurricane supplies at the last second. The stress of it, you get to drive more, use more fuel, waste more energy, waste more time. Wherein sometimes in hindsight, I should have did this like 5 weeks ago, or you know, and stuff like that. Okay, I guess I'll do more talking since you guys are typing. I just see you guys are all typing. I'm just like looking up, like, oh, like, yeah, they just wrote like 5 paragraphs. See, ShadowScoutSwede, I guess I'd be a good co-host for you. I could just talk. You just like, okay, CR's just gonna take over. I'll be back. 2 hours later, it's like,
well,
CR's still talking. Did you just leave me?
Great question.
You are good to rambling, CR.
I'm learning it from CG. Yeah.
I appreciate that it allows you to be more open with my presence. It makes you look less rambly just by my
presence. You're teaching me, and I'm learning like a student, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things.
So,
if I could pose this question to you guys, right? But no, go ahead first. I'll hold my thought.
I was just going to say, you know, I'm trying to be serious every so often and bring in the preparedness part. But, you know, a couple laughs, it's good too, right? It reminds you, you know, you're still human, right? You can still laugh. You know, I'm not saying, you know, the preparedness part isn't important, but sometimes a little laughter reminds you, you know, you're still human, right? Still need to enjoy things, right?
It does, and it goes into the sake side as well of preparedness, because.
Dog is scratching.
Sorry, just 1 second. I apologize, but it definitely goes into the whole side of things, because if you have too much of a gloomy approach to survivalism, as much of a, in reality, it is pretty damn gloomy. But if you have too much of a serious take to it consistently, and don't decide to also have that human element of humor, and, you know, just being a little bit charismatic between one another and as well. And, you know, if you don't have that side of jest, you can absolutely fall into depression, and depression on the human psyche has incredibly inhabilitating effects.
I think that's really important. Especially if the last year and a half and so has shown, right? You know, the psychological effects of what's been going on and stuff like that. I've heard about this, different stories and stuff like that. Yeah, about out east in Eastern Canada, some places out west here, and obviously in other parts of the world, right? Where it's just like, you know, I don't want to gloom this too much, but that stuff happens, and unfortunately, it could be your neighbors and stuff like that, or whatever, right? Family members, right? This is why I try to talk to people, right? Try to, some people feel like they're lost alone, right? And be like, hey, you're not alone in this. Sierra's with you in spirit, right? If it's important enough, like, just call me. I'll drop my stream. I'll drop, and all this stuff. If that's important, yeah, I'll hear you out. You just have to say it's important, right? If you say to me, hey, Sierra, it's important. Can you give me 5 minutes? I'll be like, yeah, okay. You know what? I'll end my stream. This is more important, right? Priorities, right?
Just don't come knocking at my door asking for a can of Spam because I'll shoot you.
You're gonna say get off my lawn?
Hey, there we go. We've got second star survival here.
Yeah, we get second star.
What is up, man? Hopefully he has good signal. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Got a chance? Come on, mate.
Now I've known second star survival for a while now. Actually, I've been on his panel and stuff like that. I mean, I guess I can introduce him. I've met him. I think it's been like 2 or 3 years now. He lives in the U.S. down in Texas.
So, something that I was going to say, just you can stop me at any point, second star, and I'll be happy to. Really, if I'm talking and you need to talk at me, and just say hello, because I don't know if you are there at the moment with audio. Anyway, I wanted to just say that unfortunately, second star, I think bad signal at the moment. Second star.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Hopefully we can get him back in.
Yeah.
You couldn't get a word in from you two guys. That's what it was.
I was talking for him.
Oh man, I couldn't resist. Sorry.
There's something. So you haven't seen Wolf Creek yet, have you, Oslander?
No, sure.
No. There is something.
Gosh, so there's this movie.
There's something very scary, very scary about Australian humor. I love Australian humor, but there is a very, very one of the most frightening types of dark sides to it that you could. And when I say dark, this is what I mean. So something can be funny, and then all of a sudden it's not funny, and then you're still laughing, and then the Aussie has stopped laughing and just looks at you, type of thing. That type of situation is when you know you effed up, and you don't want to F up with an Australian. You don't, because it's not just their creatures that are dangerous and exotic.
It just depends, all right.
I'll try and stay in your good books as best possible. That's always what I try to do to everybody. And I think. Cool. No, 100%. I definitely have I've got a very, very close friend of mine that's an Australian, and we rag each other all the time about, the differences and stuff like that. And just, he actually, he's a knife maker, and that's what he does. You guys might be familiar with him. And but he really, it's a bit of a homesteader as well. Also does homesteading and knife making, and we've got a good sense of camaraderie between the two of us. And he definitely, is such an awesome person. And there's just something about Australians that I'm very cautious of. Anyway, so they're great people, don't get me wrong, but
now
he's trying to backtrack.
Now he's rumbling on. Now he's rumbling on about it.
Oh, that's flattery at its best, man. I'm bluffing.
No, it's very interesting. I think people are incredible. I really have a lot of time for them. So what we were speaking about is, CR, just having time for people and just listening to them, because it's second starts, no problem at all. Absolutely not a problem.
Okay.
And that's pretty cool that you're at his museum.
Oh my God, I love museums.
I was just going to say,
best.
my wife
they always
adores these
smell
museums.
so nice. I know it's weird, but they always smell so like good.
That should be a car scent, right? A new museum sound. Smell scent. that should be a car scent.
A new museum.
New museum scent. Yeah, that should be.
How
scent.
can you have a new museum? The stuff in the museum
I
is
don't
old.
know. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's the smell. It's that old smell. It's like
I don't know.
when you buy a new book. Okay, maybe I'm just weird, but like when you buy a new book, don't you like smell the pages? I'm not weird, I promise.
You're just sounding more weird when you try to defend it, though.
Okay.
You brought it up. You brought it up. Right? You brought it up. I'm just adding to it.
We believe you. Okay. Many others wouldn't, but we do.
No.
It's good that we can laugh, right? It's good that we can have some laughs too. In here. You know, we're serious at times, but we can also enjoy each other's company. I guess that's always a good thing.
The scary part is she's serious about sniffing books.
No, I am. They smell like. Okay,
the sticker.
So maybe I need to provide some context.
They do
right?
have a certain smell, though. It's true.
So I used to be like a major nerd when I was in school. Like I was always reading, and I was like the only girl that played computer games. So like I was immediately lumped in with like a certain crowd, which was fun. I mean, they were literally my friends. But so I was seen as like one of those nerdy, geeky kids. So then when I went to high school, like I didn't have a lot of friends, and it wasn't easy for me to make friends. So I used to read books, and books became like my friends. And I know that sounds really sad, but like it was fantastic. Like I think I developed so much more as a person from all the reading I did. And I'm not such a fickle person as most of the people out there.
You see, I could have broken the silence there, but I didn't even want to. I just wanted to leave.
I was just like waiting. I was just like, I'm like, weren't you talking?
Always
I thought you were talking.
Like everybody's keeping quiet about it. And I can just add for a second here onto that, is that I really mean it when I say that, that my wish for anybody that I care for is that they find somebody within their life that brings them the type of joy that I gain from being with somebody that's an intellectual. I really mean it no, for real, because that just makes you want to prepare harder, right? Like I'm being serious. That just makes me want to make sure that people, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What I wanted to talk about
preparing not because you're scared, but preparing because you care.
He just basically told us that he gets aroused when his wife sniffs books.
Let's remember where we are. Let's keep it PG,
This isn't a confession box, all right? Come on.
No, absolutely not. Don't worry. I never take a topic off of any. Out of respect for ShadowScoutSwede, I always make sure that I'm polite, and I make sure that I don't go too far into any of the prepping topics. Because prepping topics, surprisingly, like on YouTube, we've got to talk about really things, like a lot of things that are like the baseline, lighter prepping stuff, that type of thing. Like we can't really talk about too much of the extensive, like mag type things, more of the intensive tactical side. I'm not saying that I'm an intensive tactical type person.
Did you say mad or mag?
Mad.
That's what I thought. Yeah. That's what I thought I heard.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of things on regarding prepping, and that's what takes me back to something that I wanted to mention, is that it can be really tough if you're like kind of the only prepper, and in a lot of ways, if you are into preparedness, and like out there, if you even try, when you start to prepare in general, what happens is if you do talk to somebody else about it, they don't always understand. And then you just learn early that it's best to kind of avoid the topic of preparedness with anybody that isn't like actually into preparedness, because most people view it as complete foolishness. And why would you want to be doing something that's
what
if it's just go bad? You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of approach that a lot of people have.
Sometimes I kind of like disguise it into the camping or I use this for biking purposes at night. The headlamp, right, and stuff like that. Or the camping. It's a sleeping bag that I can use for camping, right? Oh no, I can use it if there's no heat here, right? So, there's a lot of people that, in general, most people do a form of prepping in some form or fashion, right? With gear, food, water, except for some people just do it a little bit more, right? They get more in depth with it, they have a little bit more than just a few days, right? That 72-hour window, they started to go 7 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month, and so forth, right? Then eventually it adds up, a couple bags of rice and beans every week, it starts to add up, and you're like, oh, look at this. I didn't realize I stocked up so much of it.
I know. So basically, what I am is I'm just an extreme camper. I just really, really like camping. Like I love camping. Like camping is everything. And I have all of the tins because I go camping and because I need my tins when I go camping. And I have all of like the stored cans, pretty much all of the canning stuff, or any of the things that I do have is mostly just for camping because it is quite extensive, the amount of camping that I literally do. So it just really does go into it. But I mean, so when it does come to preparedness, there's a difference, right, between, because there's so much good utility gear that's out there, and I absolutely understand that. But at the same time, there's like the primitive survival type, right? So you can go into like the core of survivalism, or you can go into like the high-tech
wilderness survival, right? Wilderness survival.
Where you have nothing, where you go off basically just enough. Enough out there, and you got to make
kind of even more than just bushcrafting, right? Bushcrafting, you're still bringing in something, right? Camping, you're bringing in a tent and stuff like that. You're actually being prepared for it, right? The wilderness survival, it's because, I don't have access to this or whatever, right? I got to dip into this, right? Because sometimes, unfortunately, gear is one of those things it's nice to have, right? And skill, knowledge, and experience backs up that, right? But you gotta realize that, unfortunately, in a survival situation, you probably will not have the gear that you want or need. It's just the nature of it, right? That's why you're in that situation now in the first place, right? And I always bring up this story because it's a real story. You can actually see a reenactment and the person that it happened to online, right? But basically, what happened was they got their ATV, right? They're just traveling or whatever. They got all their gear strapped to the back of it, right? And some sort of hillside or something like that, he fell off. He's rolling down the hill. The ATV is rolling down, barely misses him, right? But unfortunately, as it keeps rolling and he rolls, it pins his leg and he becomes trapped, right? Or stuck there. And the funny thing, he's got gear. It's feet away from him, but it's strapped and tied up with chains on his ATV, and the ATV's pinned him. So, I mean, like, that would be such a morale. It just would lower your morale, right? Because, you got your pots, your pants, your sleeping bag so close, but you just can't get to it, right? Gear is one of those things. It's nice if you have it, right? You have to have it with you at that situation. It's no good if you can't access it, right? It's just the same thing if something happens while you're going to the bank, yet you left your EDC or you get home bag in the vehicle, and something happens while you're at the bank, right? It's that kind of thing. So that's why I'm always a big proponent of still trying to have stuff on you, right?
If you are prepping, okay, if you're prepping and you can't, and I'm not going to go, let's not go onto the specific thing that I'm going to mention now.
Can I just say one thing on this topic?
Absolutely.
Everyone wants to say. All right.
That's where women are already a step ahead because.
Okay, I knew this was coming. I knew this
everything.
Well, we get a MERS. right? We get a burst, we
And
get a
like
man
one
burst.
of the things that I have in my handbag that I will never run out of is knives, because whenever there's like a cool knife, right, Jared? I mean, CG. Sorry.
That's fine. I don't mind.
CG will get me these knives, right? So I've got like these really pretty knives and like really cool.
I'm assuming it's pink camo.
Oh, ew, no.
No, like
purple.
I'm not a big fan of pink. Not
some
my
iridescent knives and that type of thing.
Yeah,
Like,
they're like
okay, yeah. That's what I meant.
I'm not opposed to pink survival knives. If that's going to get people into prepping from that angle, if they want pink survival knives, go for it. You know what I mean?
So I've got everything I need in my handbag for any situation. I can pick a lot.
Well, yeah, it gives you more to work with, right?
All kinds.
It gives you a little bit more to work with. You know, this is why you bring
and
the
I
heaters.
never leave it anywhere.
Second star survival, that's really cool. That there, where you are at the moment in San Antonio in Texas, they all wear 511 tactical pants. That's pretty sick. That like it's becoming more of a norm, because that's the thing. I heard this thesis, right? Like this thesis that came out where if a zombie apocalypse or anything like that, I know that we don't prep for zombie apocalypses. I understand that completely, but like we prep for more emergency, like whether there's
more likely to happen. More likely to happen. Right?
Precisely. More likelihood topics, but. If there was any zombie type apocalypse, like because the modern culture is so like entrenched in how to deal with them, and because there's so many people who are like, either into preparedness or camping or just, that have different skills that are pretty good against zombies, we'd actually most likely be able to take them out before they even became like too big of a threat, unless it's a long-term type. But don't worry, I won't talk about zombies. It's not something.
Well, I mean, it is October, but we'll leave that for a couple more weeks, right? We can talk about that in a couple more weeks, right? Well, yeah, it's like 29 days. 29 days, right? 29 days.
Celebrate Halloween in South Africa. We're kind of not allowed to religiously.
Oh, okay.
I was raised like that.
I keep forgetting it. ShadowScoutSwede. The 30th is a Saturday, if I remember. Yeah, because Halloween's on a Sunday. So we can talk about that at that time.
Well, there is a big difference between All Saints Day and Halloween. Okay, just put that out there. Just I know that the difference of only one day on the calendar, but it's still a big difference. Just so everybody knows, one's good, the other one's technically not good.
That green banner thing, I mean, I mentioned this with Second Star before. I mean, it depends where you are, right? Each area is going to be different, right? I mean, I always think if it's a really important, let's say forest fire, hurricane, right? Everyone's probably going to have supplies. If they're leaving, they're not bringing whatever they can, right? I'm assuming that I'm going to see, per se, go bags, right? Where, everyone's going to probably have something because they're leaving, right? If you think about it like that, right? Because that's how I see it, anyways. Because if people are going to be bailing out like that, they're probably bringing stuff with them, right? There's probably stuff in their vehicles, right? At least water, maybe some food, stuff like that, right? I would see it like that.
Well, it starts. It really starts with as soon as you look at preparedness and for what it really is, everything about you and what you have around you all the time kind of changes as well and becomes just a norm. Like it goes, and I'll really go through like a quick list, just very short and summed up. But what happens is you start. Your shoes, your choice of shoes changes. You look for like more hiking survival shoes as well, like that, and you don't really even care for like the your normal name brand shoes or anything like that type of thing. You look for like your type of Shadow Star Survival. Welcome.
Did you say Shadow Star Survival?
Yeah,
Second Star Survival. I got too confused. I really do apologize.
We should start a channel like that, hey? Hey, you guys can do a collaboration channel like that? That'd be awesome.
Like a podcast with the two of you?
Yeah.
Right.
Welcome,
doing,
by
man?
the way.
Yes.
Hello, thank you.
I see that. I see you're sporting some colors there.
Yeah, my my museum security.
Yeah, I
look.
understand, right? You know.
Yeah.
You know, and depending on
No,
an area, that might be classified as being gray man, right? Blending in with construction or something like that, right? Because obviously, construction people, you assume that they got hard hats and stuff like that, right? I see people walking down the street like that too, right?
I mean,
it depends.
Well, here in San Antonio, I mean, we have construction going 24/7, so there's all the time construction workers walking around with backpacks
Yeah, and
everything.
and they got backpacks too, right? And just like,
and and that's what I noticed here at the museum. Okay, at the museum, even the archaeologists and everything that work here are bringing in Molly style rucksacks.
Yeah, they have their own gear, right?
Yeah.
I mean, students, people that attend school, they tend to have a backpack, right, or something like that. So I mean, I always assume that depending on the situation, right, unless it's some sort of civil unrest, okay, that's a little bit different. But most people generally have a backpack, right? People, because they got to bring their school bag, their tools with them, right? To a lesser extent, a briefcase and stuff like that. It's like going to the airport. You assume people are gonna have luggage. I assume people are gonna have luggage, carry on, and stuff like that for the most part, right? So I mean, if you were to blend in at an airport, right? I would bring a suitcase, like some wheeled thing, right? You'll blend in better, right? You're just walking around with nothing. Well, I don't know.
Well, even if you look at today's luggage, also, a lot of the luggage can be turned into lightweight backpacks, also. So.
Just to add, there's two things on the ad here because Uncle L, yes, Uncle L, I'm mentioning you again, has mentioned this about putting food in a luggage and wheeling it around. And there was someone else, I forget, it was on another live stream. I don't know if you guys saw that, but they were asking about, hey, I just lost, I'm in a temporary place. How can I store things or keep things, right? And I said, things with wheels, luggage like that, so you can stay mobile with it. So when you relocate, you can still bring it with you, kind of deal, right?
Yeah,
if that makes any sense, right?
They call them mobile. That idea came out in the 60s in like the prepping and survival communities, and it was shot down like really bad. It was shot down because they were like, why would you? Everybody was thinking about prepping at home, making homesteads, stuff like that, and not like the bug out idea and the inch bag idea came out in like the mid 80s. Most of the time, preppers were stay at home preppers. They didn't want to leave. They said, this is my land. I'm going to stay on my land. I'm not going to go out.
Well, unfortunately, nowadays, there's things that will
force you out.
Force you out. It's just it's just the way it is. Now, also, we all say, shelter in place as long as possible, but there is certain times where it's not for sure, right? Unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to bug out in the middle of winter, but if the building's burning, I don't know, right?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. If you look at the ideas that people had during the Great Depression in America, like most people bought a truck and built a home on the truck, like how we do RVs and campers today. And like the truck bed campers that came out in like the 70s and the 80s. That was an idea from the 20s. And, that was your mobile home. and most people stockpiled all their stuff in that, and if they had to leave, they would just start up the car and start up the truck and just leave.
Did you see what Grayman just wrote in there? He has us on the big screen. See, this is why I don't have my camera on. Stories. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
See now I'm feeling like shy. It's like, oh, I'm kind of nervous. I'm on the big screen.
But yeah, like we need to, as a survivalist and a prepping community, we need to
all these communities in general, right? The hiking community and all this stuff, the gardening communities and stuff like that. You know,
right.
You know, we can learn from them too.
Yeah. Well, you gotta think all of those ideas came from that time period. You know, like the SAS handbook that was written in the late 80s, in the late 70s, early 80s, right? That was a different time period. That was a different way of thinking, a different way of handling certain situations. And it seems like every survival book that became a bestseller was written for their time period. And now we need to start creating new ideas for this generation now.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Things change over time, and we need to adapt information and knowledge to nowadays, right? You know, back in the past, you know, some sort of thing was not, that would never happen. Nowadays, you would be like, well, that happened there and this time last week, and you're like, well, maybe we should factor that in.
Yeah. I mean, you got to look at a lot of prepper communities. Prepper communities are still prepping for nuclear fallout. You know what I mean? And we haven't had a nuclear threat happen since what? The 60s? The 70s?
But that's not like that in our places, though. Right? Well, what's that? Wow, Japan, right? I mean, like.
Well, yeah, but that was a different kind of nuclear attack. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's because of a tsunami.
Yeah.
If I recall right. They didn't prepare as much as they thought, right? Oh, 5 meters is going to be good for a wall, because the weight became 14. And then everything just fell.
Hold on.
That's why I always say, regardless where you are, you need to be ready, right? Some sort of ready to go, some sort of go back, right? Because unfortunately, these people in Japan, the evacuation zone became wider and wider, from 5 kilometers to like 30, right? And you still don't know per se at that time if you can come back, right? Or even when you can come back, And even if you do come back, is there stuff going to be available, right? So, you can shelter in place all you want, but some things will just force your hand to leave. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is, right? And for example, I guess earthquakes and stuff like that. Sometimes you can't even stay in the building. It's just simply too dangerous, right? Collapse or whatever, right? Aftershocks, where actually being outside is maybe better.
It also depends a lot on like where you live, though. Like depending on where you live in the world, just regarding climate, for example. Climate is a big thing, depending on where you live and like how to really decide whether to bug in or bug out as a situation occurs, because that's the whole thing, is that you'll never really know until the situation really comes up, and it's just best to be as prepared to be mobile if you really could, and to capitalize on that as best possible. But the thing is, it also comes down to where in the world that you currently live. For example, if you're one of the tribesmen in the Amazon jungle, for example, one of the indigenous tribes out there, or if you staying as an Eskimo in the North Pole, or if you depending on where you are, like, and who you are in the world, like an Eskimo doesn't really need to have that as a concern. They like, you know what I mean? Like that's not something that they already have, like a lifestyle where they're already pretty much nomadic and self-reliant in every way possible. So, and also like if you're, and then we can go even further on that and say that like there's places in the world where it is where like already they are faced with a large amount of extreme crime, and for them, like if you're in a situation like that, then bugging in a longer term disaster situation isn't an option whatsoever. If you're already faced with like, you know, potentially war level crime that occurs. I'm speaking about myself over here, obviously as an example, but I'm saying like there are other countries that are similar to ours where staying like in your home for an extensive period is never an option in a longer term, like really bad SHTF situation. So I don't know. It really depends on where you are, but I think whether, you know, where you are in the world, like what the current situation is, like it really comes down to that. I need to, before I ramble on even more, I need to respect and say thank you very much, by the way, everybody. We're going to be off here. It's just hitting 12 p.m. on our side, so we're going to just, you know, chill for a little while.
Yeah,
whatever. And yeah, Sierra, just
yeah. I just want to say, I think to really be honest, I think having both as an option is the smart way to go. Right? You want options, right? Now, you know, hopefully it would never become this or that, but I'd rather have both options on the table available than only one option, right? Because when you only have one option, if that option's not available or you can't do it, then what? Then you're
precisely.
Right? Right? You know, I want both options available on the table. More options means you got more options, a choice then, right? You know, okay, I can make the choice now, right? I could stop, think, observe, plan, or slow, think, observe, plan, right? And then be like, okay, I think now I need to evacuate. No, it's too cold outside. It's whatever. I think I'm not shelter in place, right? That kind of thing, right? Instead.
I get it. That is something where you need to really weigh options and have always as much options available.
Yeah, because I always believe that's the way to go, right? It's just like, because then it's more flexible, right? It's just like having multiple plans, right?
That's why I said about getting into preparedness, because either way, whatever you do, whether it's bug in or bug out, living a survivalist lifestyle and trying to constantly see how you can increase your current skill set. And also that's why I was saying earlier when I was going to speak about from the shoes you wear to the watch you wear to the type of material clothing that you usually buy to the socks that you buy. Or do you buy hiking socks? Do you keep like your socks personally like in a good condition as well, like for survivalism reasons as well, but also for like comfort, literally? How do you, like when you buy clothing, do you buy clothing that's going to really last a long time as an aspect of like preparedness as well? Do you buy
guys always complaining to me because my style of clothing is like ripped clothing, so it's like, babe, why are you buying clothes that are already ripped?
Yeah, you got it. So in a survival situation, they're going to get ripped naturally over time, you know, from wear and tear. So you want to buy them when they're in good condition and then naturally let them wear out. But I think she looks awesome in the, you know, torn clothing look as well. But it's just that for myself, like I do try to do everything in terms of, you know, like make sure that around you all the time is ways to just increase your knowledge. Have books around.
Okay, I have to ask. I have to ask because I have to ask. Does she mend or sew? I have to ask.
Do I mend or sew? Absolutely. I had to learn that. My grandmother,
yeah. I kind of figure. You know,
were like super adamant about knowing that.
You know, I'm not saying it's like more important than water or shelter or food, right? But there is a time to you. It's a good skill to know, even basic, right? I mean, like backstitching is not that difficult, right? And yeah, you're like, oh, hey, CR, there's sewing machines. I can get someone else. Well, what if that's not available, right? You know.
So, you want to know something really crazy? So.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm sitting down. Okay, I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down.
Are you sure you're sitting properly? Are you
okay. Everyone sit down. Okay.
You have a glass of water there with you?
We had to learn that type of thing in school, though. Like in the boarding school that Jared was in, he had to. Oh, I'm sorry.
It doesn't matter.
About sewing? It's good.
Yeah, they had to learn like sew and stuff. And
I learned that back in school when I was a teenager, right? I was just like, I enjoyed that, So, it was kind of funny, that kind of stereotypical view of it, right? Where it's excelling, you think, well, that's what females do, right? But there's tailors out there and stuff like that, and men that are male, right? Guys,
people and their skills, and people and their skills, they're each individual skills, because that's what's so interesting as well. Like, everybody brings different things to the table. Like, if you look around at what people are good at, what people enjoy doing, if you can find, like, if they themselves, in fact, can find what they're really good at and then adjust that to a survival setting as well, you'll be surprised how many times that people themselves will absolutely surprise you. And there's so many different skill sets that each people have, and that's the way that I've always looked at it. Like, I try to have friends
embrace it, right? You embrace that kind of being able to access. It's just like trying to learn from the gardening community, the homesteading community, the hiking community, the bushcraft community, the sewing community, the people that knit, right? The people that craft, the people that fabricate stuff, right? There's so much to learn from them. I mean, if you knew all of that and you were proficient at it, I'd be like, whoa, you're legendary because you know all this, you can do all this. Wow. I wish I was like that.
It's just very important. It's just very important to, as we said right in the beginning, for us to always stay as humble as possible, and for us to always realize that we're not better than other people, no matter who they are. The only time that I'll ever think that I'm better than somebody is when they are people that will go out of their way to harm women or children, and that's when I literally will think.
Well, you're better than me. You're better than me anyway. You're better than me. You're better than me. You're better than me. I get that.
Well, I don't think that I'm better than anybody. Just trust me when I say this. I've got to go. We got to log off now. But thank you so much for your chatting.
Yes, it's always
and sorry for taking over Sorry for us taking over this. I think Oslander and you as well were also chatting about Shadow Scout. Thank you, everybody. And I always do this at the end when I'm going to log off, because I'm just saying thanks to everybody. So have a lovely weekend further, and thank you for allowing me on the panel. I appreciate it.
Yes, take care.
My pleasure. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Oslander. You're rock, buddy.
Later.
Bye.
I guess Second Star probably had to deal with someone.
You know what I can't? You know what I can't?
Oh, no, he's back.
Hang on a second.
He probably was.
Hold on. Hold your horses there, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I can't wait to see a book review from her. This page smells so nice. This second page smells a little bit different to the first page.
Hey, that could be the way. That could be the way to do the video, right? Oh, this page smells so nice. I just want to share it with you guys and gals.
I mean, could you imagine that book review? I mean,
oh, I see he's outside. I think the picture's frozen. It's not moving.
Yeah, he's frozen.
Yeah.
Or he's standing still.
Really, really well. Yeah. Oh, okay.
There he is.
Or
not. He's doing the buckshot.
Yeah,
You stand to the left, stand to the right, face the camera, please.
Yeah.
Hey.
I know. Sometimes if I'm having issues or
sorry,
whatever, I'll just do audio.
Up here on the roof now because we're about to receive a woolly mammoth carcass.
Oh,
woolly mammoth carcass.
Wow, that's a really big thing.
A real one or a fake one?
TBD, to be determined.
And they managed to recreate a woolly mammoth with the technology of general, genetic modification or whatever. Hey, we've created a woolly mammoth.
Yeah, I see what Tammy wrote. I just read that too. That's good. That's good, Tammy. Do what you can, right? That's what I say about preparedness, right? Unfortunately, not everyone's got the money, time, all the resources in the world, right? But do what you can. Do what you can. you gotta make progress in it, right? You know, I always say people are like, oh, that's not enough, that's not enough. I'd be like, well, it's progress, right? I mean, we all start from somewhere, right?
Just a plan A, B, C. A is immediate, solution, which could be a torch, for example. Plan B would be the electric lights and so on. And plan C would be something that is based on some sort of fuel.
You know, even with, let's say, brownouts or something like that, power outages or whatever. I mean, like something as simple as some sort of. Well, I'm talking about small scale, right? Obviously, you can go big scale with power, right? Solar generators and all that stuff. But even the small scale things, right? Where you have like a simple lights out, power outage type of blackout type of kit, brownout type of kit available, where it's easily to be seen and stuff like that. Solar lights. You know, if your washroom doesn't have a window, put a flashlight in there, right? Because the thing is, a power outage, something like that, or a blackout, or the lights go out or go down or whatever, that could happen while you're in the shower. And that's probably not the time to stumble in the dark, right? I'm just saying, I don't want to stumble in the dark in the shower. Think about it, right? It's possible for that to happen. Because this kind of stuff, you have no idea when it's not happening, per se, right? You could be in the shower or soap in your hair and you're just like, the power just go out.
Go to a restaurant where they have those bloody automatic lights in the toilets. You know, the ones where you walk in, they turn on, and they're only on for a certain amount of time. And just when you're finished doing your business with the number twos, right, the lights go off. And you're like, oh, come on, really?
Yeah.
But the sensor is not in that room where the it's
you actually have to open the door.
Right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
been there, done that.
Right. You know,
not
and every day carry flashlight or torch, depending where you are.
Well, this was in Hang on. You know what saved the day? You know what saved the day? Back then, I had one. This was back in the old Nokia phone days, where you put it in your little pocket or whatever. You know, not like the modern day phones.
You mean flip phone?
Well, the old phones, the old ones.
What, the brick?
No torch. No torch, right? No lights. Well, anyway, you know what I had on my keychain? That little mag light, that little piece of crap. That's good for nothing, except for finding out where your key, where to put the key.
Yeah,
that little mag light saved the day, mate.
Well, you know what? It's the things that you have on you at the time that are, the more important things, right? Yeah, you can have like some get home bag, bug out bag, but if it's not with you at the time, well, it's not be as useful, right? Because it's not there when you actually need it, right? Where everyday carry stuff, keep things on your keys, flashlight on your keys and stuff like that. Those are probably more likely to help you, right? Because you actually have them on you more often, most of the time, right? I guess that's why people like to have maybe like a multi-tool later with their keys, or arm them or nearby, right, in their cargo pants, some sort of, paracord bracelet or something like that, just to get them a little bit more to work with, right?
Uncle L has six flashlights in his pockets.
I was gonna say something about it.
You gotta watch that video. That video is the best video.
Yeah, exactly. Second star. Yeah, I mean, like nowadays, you can get a solar light at the dollar store, right? I'm not saying they're the best or whatever, but I mean, there's options right there, right? A little bit more to work with, right? For people that don't want to deal with candles or whatever, right? Well, there's solar options, right? And those could be useful, right? At least so you're not stumbling in the dark, at least, right?
Does anybody here remember the old Irish jokes about Irish invention, solar powered torch, a solar powered flashlight?
I am not that old.
Well, they exist now. The Irish were obviously ahead of their time back in the day when they invented the solar powered flashlight torch.
Yeah. I mean, when I got more into the preparedness, one of the first things I actually put together was like some sort of power outage, like that type of kit, right? You know, when I put bright, I have the video on the channel still. I haven't changed it that much, but like bright reflective triangles on it, so it stands out. It's clear that what it is, right? There's no doubt what it is, right? So when people put glow in the dark stuff on it, right, or have a flashlight or a torch on the outside with batteries, but on the inside they don't keep the batteries in the devices, right? Just so for quick access, just in case, right? You know. And the thing is, for me here, I haven't had a power outage in a long time, but it did happen back in July for a couple hours. Luckily, this was after supper time and before dark, so it wasn't that bad. But I was just seeing it. I was bringing a battery bank, and people were like, "Oh, what's this?" And it's like, "It's a battery bank." You know, what's that for? Oh, what? You don't know what this is? This is I can recharge your phone with it if I had to, if need be, right? And some people don't know about it. Some of the older generation, I should say, right? The younger crowd knows about this, right? They know about it, but some of the older generation didn't know much about it. It's like, oh yeah, you can I can go to whatever, right? Some electronic place or whatever, order it online, Amazon or whatever, yeah, and get it. It's useful, right?
And now I know what the R stands for. It's Canadian racists. You're racist against old people.
No, never mind.
ER.
No, never mind. I shouldn't dig more. Right? I shouldn't use that show. But yeah, I mean,
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's just those kind of little things, right? It's just like, you know, like the people that do like, you know, tech and stuff like that. Yeah, they know about the battery banks and stuff like that, right? And some hikers and stuff. Yeah.
You will not believe that on Wish, that app, whatever, the phone app for buying stuff from China, that they have those solar battery banks, right? The little one for your mobile phone. Nothing big, nothing flash, nothing.
Yeah, they're meant for 5 volts, right? They're meant for USB power.
Exactly. And they do the job.
Yeah, they'll give you something, right? I mean, like, imagine.
They do the job. It's a first-hand power source which works.
Yeah,
and as long as there's sunlight, it works. I'm not saying that they're probably the best. Look, I'm not even trying to compare them to the expensive brand names. I don't wish to do that. But I've bought a couple, and they worked. And I've ordered one not that long ago, which was one of those backpack ones that you can unfold and hang off your backpack. And I don't know if it works. I haven't had an opportunity. It's arrived. It's at
you know what's funny? They got ones that are disposable, which I really don't care for, but they're small. There's thin ones you can put in your wallet. I mean, they're gonna be like 3,000, 2,500 milliamps. And also you can go up to 6,000, 10,000, 20,000, so forth. Right? They're gonna be heavier, bulkier, and stuff like that. Probably more for a backpack or shelter in place, maybe in a car, something like that, right? Something like that. And I always say,
all I'm saying is you can get one of those dirt cheap.
Yeah,
and
I mean, they're available, right?
Exactly, and for a first-hand solution, which look, they're not for long-term solution.
Yeah, I mean, also, I mean, my first one was back in 2009. I've known about battery banks for a long time. I mean, because if you had a mobile, it was just like so convenient, right? You can be like on public transit, something like that, something that doesn't have anything. Hey, my phone's half. I can charge it up. Yeah, you know what I mean, right? Yeah, about long term, I mean, the thing is, the bigger the battery bank, the higher the milliamp hours is, the longer it takes to charge, because it's just the nature of it, right?
We're still on the big screen, man. We're in
Hollywood. I know. Yeah, so that's the thing about something like a battery bank. It's just, the bigger it is, you get more power for not more power, but longer period of time for power, but it takes longer to charge. So, you know, you gotta factor that in too, right? Stuff like that. I mean, some of them even have flash, right? Little LED.
3 times.
Right. So those are helpful too, right? I mean, honestly, those LED little lights on the marketplace, but they give you a little bit more to work with. And you can get little USB LED lights to put on those if you didn't have one and stuff like that. You can get ones the size of like a little.
You'd be shocked at just how good those little camping lights, the old cheapy little camping lights, LED lights.
Like a lantern?
Yeah, you just hang it up and it's just like a light. It looks like a plastic light bulb, but it's LED lights, but there's one battery in there. I bought a set of whatever it was, 10 or 12, I don't know how much came in the set. And your missus uses those out on the back veranda and everything. You know, it works. It's practical. They do the job, and they're cheap as chips. I mean,
right.
They don't look flash, but they have a good flash.
Just to relate this kind of preparedness to camping, right? I mean, when I go camping, sometimes in some of the bigger camping events that have more people, some people bring out solar lights, right? Because they know they can just light a path, light their tent, right? They don't especially if it's only sunny all weekend, right? You don't have to per se bring an extra flashlight with batteries. You can kind of just bring one that's, a headlamp, but you have these solar lights. They're not charged during the day. Light up your area-ish, your tent a little bit, right? Illuminate it so you can find it and stuff like that. I just I like that, right? And the thing is, some people, got to remember if you have more of these solar lights, right? Let's say you got them from the dollar store, you got 20 of them. Well, if the grid's now power's out, you can bring them inside to light your place in the inside if need be, right? You hang them up and stuff like that.
He's back.
Right, I've shot. Yeah, welcome back. Because I've done many videos on this from time to time with solar lights, right? I don't know about you guys in other parts of the world, right? But sometimes there's places where you can hang magnets on certain things, right? Like lamp. Sometimes corners in buildings will have the steel reinforced corner on them. You can actually put neodymium rare earth magnets on there and actually stick your solar light and hang them up. So they're on the wall hanging, so the light is aiming down so you can see the floor and stuff like that. I've done that before.
Sounds too exotic for me.
But there's things I think of and do, right?
There was a company back in the 90s. It was a Swedish company. And they created this flashlight, and they had multiple versions of it, but then Olight bought them out. But they were called Forever Lights. And and the way that they worked, they had a body heat recharge on it. And it had a battery on it, but the way it one charge lasted like 24 hours. And the way you recharged it was you put it in your pocket or you put it on your wrist. As long as it was in contact with human heat, it would recharge its battery. And they made pocket lights and they made flashlights and stuff. And they actually made a spotlight out of it. And the company went out of business. I believe it sold out in 1998, and then Olight took it over. But you never see those Forever Lights anymore. I can't even find them on eBay. But I have they were cheap, kind of like those little mag lights. They were really cheap, and I still have one that's in my car right now, and it's still holding a charge, and I have never had to recharge it, and it's been in my car for like 3 years just sitting there, and it hasn't gave up its charge. So
That's awesome.
If you can ever find those brand and that brand Forever Light, get them, because they'll always stayed to their brand.
You know, I just want to add something in here. I've actually, but this year, I think it's this year and last year too, combined both years, I've actually found, now condition and quality is, you know, what it is, but I have found a torch, flashlight, a headlamp, and another free AAA, I think it was supposedly 600 lumen flashlight, right? Just found them. Just found them. So I mean, if I'm finding that stuff, that means it's common enough that people are dropping it and forgetting about it and stuff like that. It's just like, found one in the snow, found one on the ground, found one on the grass. I'm like, wow. You know, and I was just like, I look, and then like I put new batteries in there. I'm like, yeah, it still works, right? So I mean, like, you never know what you can find out there, right? You know, obviously it differs from place to place, but I mean, like, to me, not only am I saving it from going to landfill or garbage, right? Someone else might pick it up and be like, oh, that's garbage, I'm gonna throw it away. I'm not seeing it. I saw it still working. I can still use it. I can put it in my lights out kit if I want to, right? Supplement that kind of gear in, right? You know, you know what it is, right? That means I don't per se have to buy a mag light for that kit per se yet, right? You know, I could save the money and use it for something else in the meantime, right? Yeah. So you'd be surprised. I just like, wow! I can't believe I just found another one again and again and again.
Well, see, a lot of we as a community have been brainwashed to buy the best and the most expensive, and you know, people that you know, us survivalists and preppers and everything that's been doing it since we could walk. We've learned to be able to survive with bare minimum and get around with it. You know, we don't need a 2,000 or 20,000 lumen flashlight that can burn a hole through the sun to do,
I like that analogy, Second Star. I like that analogy.
Yeah, I mean,
actually, you know what? Just to add to that, there is flashlights out there that will act for fire starting purposes. And I'm not just talking about the lens, but there is something out there, and I know it's possible. Right?
Yeah,
but
I mean,
they tend to be more expensive and stuff like that. Use more battery and stuff like that, but.
Well, I mean, you can buy online now. You can buy laser pointers that can start fires. So why do we need a lighter when we have a laser pointer that can start a fire? You can use that literally as a self-defense weapon. You know,
I'm always picturing the dark balloons with people doing that. You can see that stuff online, right? On YouTube and stuff like that, right? You just have to search for it, right?
But I mean, like what I'm trying to get at is survival is now a profit, and I'm not talking to everybody out there, but I'm saying to a lot of big name people that has their own specific TV shows, then like big box knife companies and stuff like that. Like on my live stream the other day,
they're trying to offer something. Yeah, they're trying to offer something quality, hopefully, right? A quality product. Nothing wrong with that, right? Nothing wrong with that, right? Give people an option to buy quality stuff, right? I mean, I always say try to get quality whenever you can, right? Unfortunately, not everyone has the cash to fork over all the time, right?
Yeah. Well, the
So-
companies are trying to create an item for us. Yes. But the thing is, they have lost the definition of the word survival. I mean, it's now what all little bits and baubles and shiny new object can we throw in it that has nothing to do with survival at all? Like 90% of the survival kits that you can get off of like Amazon or whatever.
Oh, it's funny, Second Sir. How many times have I seen that kind of like snap on kind of supposedly survival kit? Always has this wire saw, this flashlight, the tactical pen. I see that all the time. I see that all the time, Ray. I see that all the time. I just like.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Every survival kit wants to put that wire saw in a survival kit.
Well, that's not going to help you in the desert or in the middle of the sea.
Yeah.
Or
well,
in the Arctic, maybe not even as useful, right?
Well, a survival saw is more for urban survival. That wire saw was made for pilots. And when their plane went down and they could not use it, that wire saw was used to cut through metal, was used to disassemble their plane to create a survival structure.
Use the resources that you do have, right?
Right.
Or tools tools help, right? Because a plane or whatever, I don't want to do that by hand. You're probably not going to get too much, right? But if you have tools with you, you can do a lot more, right?
Yeah. I mean, a survival, that wire saw will cut through small stick-like trees, like saplings, stuff like
thinner
that.
Stuff.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about like a foot or something even larger than that, or wider or thicker, you're gonna be using quite a bit of energy for that, right?
Yes, and
it's going to take a long time.
You're going to spend more calories. You're going to actually hurt yourself using that wire saw to try to cut and make, firewood or whatever with it.
Hopefully that's not the only thing you have, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's good at creating like sawdust to, start your fire. But to cut down,
you can use a sapling to flex it out, to straighten it out, so it becomes like a bow saw. Yeah, I've tried some of the smaller ones. I'm just like, wow, this is a lot of energy.
Right.
I might as well just split it. I might as well, sometimes use what nature has, right? The V and the trees, and try to snap the stick instead, right?
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I always try to remember that, because like, it's nice to have an axe and stuff like that, but I mean, I've been to places and stuff like that where it's just like, we had axes, right? And they're like, I'm just going to use the V in the tree, right? It's safe. It's a little bit more safer than trying to wield this axe. And I don't even have to expend the energy as much, because I'm not swinging, right? I mean, there's a time and place for an axe, split wood and stuff like that, but if I'm just trying to break it in half, I'll just use the V in the tree, right? Instead of trying to, try to hack at it and try to split it, and
Yeah. Or if you need to, you can use like old pioneer ways of splitting wood. What they would do they would cut the tree, like say you have an arm-sized log. They would cut it in half, and like cut it down into the half of it, and they would take it and hit it against another tree to split that log in half. It's the quote, work smarter, not harder.
Because especially if you're in a serious survival situation, you don't want to expend that much energy, because depending where you are and the situation, you might not even have food with you, or food is scarce, or it's in the middle of the winter. Right? You don't want to be expending that much energy, especially let's say you're already injured too. Common thing, or lost, right? You have no idea. In that situation, you probably actually have no idea how long it's gonna take, right? So you're not have to be like rationing energy, and maybe you have a bar of food, that emergency ration, right?
Yeah, and
right,
you
and
don't
you're
have
like,
that time or that mentality to search for game trails, to search for rodent holes.
well,
to
yeah,
search
because
for,
if you're lost or injured like that, you're probably trying to get out, right? Self-rescue or get a signal for rescue or get back home, right? The objective is to get back home. You're not actually per se out there to bushcraft or to make the homestead, right? You're not building that log cabin at that moment, right? You're trying to get back, survive, right?
like
it's more the short term, not the long term.
Right. And like going back to the survival kits and stuff, it's like they want to put a tactical pin in a survival kit that is used for outdoors. Like,
I see that kind of stuff more for maybe urban, maybe a vehicle, right? If you had to break the glass, for example, if you had to do something like that. Yeah, I see it like that, right? For that, yeah, that's fine. Out in the wilderness, I'm not saying a pen's not important, but I mean, like, out in the wilderness, you're probably more like, I'm probably going to be more likely to grab a longer stay as a club instead of a tactical pen, right? That has a point to it or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And a pen, I mean, like, I'll just use normal everyday carry pen and bring it in there. It's lighter weight.
Well, here's the thing. In like a wilderness survival kit, how many people literally packs a notebook with them in a survival kit? Is that
you may have waterproof paper with you, maybe, right? So I have some, but not everyone's like us, right? Or me, right? They might not carry that.
Yeah, in my opinion, waterproof paper and that stuff is a fire source. I would rather put cotton balls or something that is going to be able to help me survive instead of thinking about a pen and paper. Because
I mean, I'll play devil's advocate on both sides, right? You could be drawing out, if you didn't have a map, to make something, directions or stuff like that. But then again, there's other things you could be having, right? Like an actual map, an actual compass, signal tape, stuff like that, right? But then again, communication is important, right?
Yeah. See, for the
your vehicle,
of that,
like if you're leaving your vehicle, that kind of thing, yeah, right? Leaving a note, hey, I went north this way, and an arrow, maybe you put an arrow in the dirt and stuff like that, so it's deep trench of it, so it stands out, and people be like, trying to look for you.
My idea of that, of using that paper to draw directional marks of where you went or anything, is kind of like Hansel and Gretel's story of the breadcrumbs. If say you get lost in the middle of winter, a bird is going to find that piece of paper and they're going to use that and take it back to their nest to use it for insulation.
Yeah, it could be. If it's in the middle of spring, that could actually happen, right? Especially in the spring when the birds are doing that, right?
There's actually a survival story.
It gets blown off, right? Blown away, right? You might have tethered it to the tree, but that branch or twig broke off of it, and now it's on the ground, and no one's gonna see it. It gets buried with snow or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I could see a no light for on the windshield on the inside your vehicle before you had to leave, right? Because you've been there for a day or two, no one's coming, no one knows you're out there, so you have to self-rescue. So I'm leaving a note to tell you I went this way just in case someone came by and saw the vehicle because it's a bigger thing. Hey, they went north, and maybe you drop down the time. Hey, I went there. I left at 2:30 on Sunday, October 2nd, which is actually today's date.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, here's the thing. There's a story that collabs with what I'm trying to say, what I'm saying. It's called Into Darkness, and it's a story about two day hikers that got lost in the Chihuahuan Desert out here in Texas. And, you know, they packed everything that they learned about in, like, you know, desert survival 101 and all this stuff. And, you know, the female, I don't know if they were married or boyfriend and girlfriend or whatever, but she was she was a writer. So she had like paper with her, and they were, you know, putting up notes and stuff of where they are and, you know, which way they went and all this stuff. And come to find out that the buzzards were picking up the paper and taking them back to their nest, and none of their directions or anything were found. And the ones that they did find was way back at the beginning when they started posting it.
Yeah, so the breadcrumbs kind of get separated, and there's this big gap where it's well, I'm not sure now. You know, you lost the track, you lost the trail, or their scent or whatever, right?
Right. Yeah,
this is the last known location. So the rescuers are doing that. It's just like, you know, I'm not sure, right? Then they have to go back to like trying to find footsteps and all this sort of stuff, right? That's why, depending on the situation where you are, right? I would put something in the ground, or you know, like mark, like let's say it's a dirt gravel type of path, right? I'll dig with a stick and make an arrow. That's more likely to stay there for a bit, right? And animals are, you know, just change it, right? Instead of a piece of paper. And it stands out more and more because people will be like, well, this has got to be man-made, because no one's just put an arrow with straight lines in the middle of right? And stuff like that. Well, I mean, you know what?
Like,
I just wanted to add one more thing. I've shown this before.
Yeah.
Where and I've done this before. Where, see, it's possible if you have a magnification lens or an option for solar ignition, right? You can burn letters into a piece of wood. Burn characters into a piece of wood. It will resist water because it's burnt in, right? I've done this with signs. I mean, when I go camping, I actually do this kind of stuff, right? I've actually made signs that say home, right? And the people are like, what are you doing? I'm making a sign. I'm just kind of practicing. And they're like, oh, okay. Yeah. Because it's burnt in. It's almost like engraving, right? So it'll resist water a lot more. Because even something like a Sharpie, right? Something like that. Yeah. I'm not saying the Sharpie's not bad to have or whatever, or bad to have or anything like that, but sometimes the Sharpie does not write on everything, and sometimes it can fade quicker than you think, right?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you know, we had Assistant Guardian's, I guess, girlfriend, significant other on. I was remembering, and I've shown this before, right? You know, she has a purse or whatever, right? Something even as simple as lipstick, right?
Yeah.
So lipstick, I've shown this. You can write underwater with lipstick, because I've shown it on with a piece of paper underwater, and I'm writing it on it, right? And I can write on surfaces that maybe a Sharpie might not be able to, like cement, right? Something like that. And because it's kind of oil based, it may be a little bit more resistant to water fading away.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's so, you know, something to consider. I'm not saying, you know, you're gonna put it in your bag, but it could be as simple as, you know, your girlfriend, you go for a hike, she seriously had it with her. Something to consider, right? You know, and lipstick can have secondary uses besides that too, right? Since it's
you can use lipstick as a fire starter too.
Yeah, right. You know, thinking outside the box like that, right? because I always, you know, me, second star, and everyone else that's seen what I do, you know, I see resources not, you know, glued just for their stereotypical view, right? But you know, outside the box, right? It's because depending on the situation, if especially even a survival situation, you're gonna have to use what you have to get what you need, right?
Yeah.
So you might have that tampon with you. Well, I'm not thinking of the per se normal stereotypical view of it. I'm thinking, okay, I can use this as a pre-filler, I can use this as a fire starter, etc. Right? The lipstick now, you know, I'm using lipstick and a tampon. I could do something with that, right? I could spark or something like that. Boom, that's all. Right. It's all good.
Well,
right? I could go on. That's why.
The cheaper the brand of the lipstick, the more wax it has in it. So, like, if you go, yeah, I know, people are going to think I'm weird, but I've done to see like name brand makeups like Maybelline and stuff like that. They don't burn. Like, say you go to like a Dollarama or Poundland or Dollar Tree, go and get those cheap makeup supplies because they're the ones that actually do have animal fat in it and oils in it.
Okay.
But name brand ones don't carry that stuff. They carry synthetic oil.
That's like con swabs, for example, right? Some of them have something that will actually per se burn, but some of them have a plastic handle, right? So the differences in there, right? So these everyday carry things, you know, just because anyone says, "Oh, you can use it for this," well, check on it, double check on it, right? You know, because
it's the same thing
because it's a manufactured item, right? It's a manufactured item. So
There you go.
quality or differences in material or what they use to make it may change from place to place, manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So, you know, because I've seen
that. Auslander?
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to call it a night, mate.
Okay.
God bless.
Yes. Hey, it's nice to talk to you, man. Like always. Take care, man.
Yep.
Later, brother.
Yes. I told you, ShadowScoutSwede, I have lots to say at times. I do.
Yeah.
I do. I just do. Because I've learned so much from not just the survival community, but like other communities and just like even things, you know, that I didn't even realize until I per se discovered them on my own, right? Where I'm like, hey, why didn't I think about this before? Right. Or it's just like, wow, that's cool. I should, you know, put that into the knowledge bank where it's just like, just in case, right? Just in case, remembering it, right? And trying to apply this knowledge too, right? It's just like cordage, for example, right? I mean, there's a lot of people out there that like don't know how to use their cordage to the best, right? You know, it's just like any piece of art there, right? If you don't have the knowledge and skills and experience to back it up, it's not the best it could be, right? Oh yeah, I got cordage. Do you know how to tie this? Do you know how to put this together? Do you know how to make a fixed loop? Do you make a constricting kind of knot like a taut line head, or a fixed loop like a bow line or an alpine butterfly knot and stuff like that? I was just like, you know, I had cordage. I was just like, then I started to learn the knots, do this and that, the hitches. And I'm like, wow, it really does take to know about them.
Here's the thing, like for people that don't have the skill set to learn knots, you know, at least learn one basic all-around knot. But you can also buy different other cordage, like you can buy nylon.
Well, cordage. I always consider cordage to be anything that you can tie, bind, or wrap around, right? Because technically, cargo tape is a form of cordage. It is a form of cordage because I can tie it, wrap around, or bind things together, like join things together like that, right? You know, some cordages are better for certain knots and stuff like that. you know.
Yeah.
You know, like fishing line, bank line, mason line, con line, even a chain. Technically, a metal chain is technically cordage because I can actually tie or wrap and stuff like that. So,
well, like different types, like marine nylon cord. Okay, marine nylon cord is meant to melt. So, even if you don't know how to make a knot, you can wrap that cord around multiple times and use a lighter and melt it and make it hold in that way. Yes, it won't be reusable afterwards, but if
I was gonna say was like the thing is when you learn about hitches and knots and stuff like that, the cordage can become reusable. I've seen this time and time again. I've went to a camp out thing. It's a larger event thing, right? People left and I'm like taking a look. Oh, they left a bunch of stuff, right? Just taking a look, right? What? They left all this kind of paracord cordage around, right? I was just looking up nonsense. Like, this is why. They were too much in a rush. I'll use that to undo the knot, right? So I took the time to doing it, right? And I had some on my hook all to help me get some leverage, right? And just like thinking to myself, yeah, this is why, because there are a whole bunch of hard knots that are, you know, they'll work, but you can undo them after, right? You know, this is why I've been trying to learn these knots and hitches, because a lot of the time I can reuse the cordage after still. You know, camping, right? Because I figure if you don't spend the money to buy paracord or whatever cordage, right? Wouldn't it be nice to actually be able to reuse it again and time again when you go camping and not just, oh, I'm going camping, I gotta buy cordage again. Oh, I'm going camping, I gotta buy cordage again, right? You know, if it breaks, you start wearing it down. That's one thing, but you know, some of this was still usable. Like, it's just dirty, but there's no fraying and stuff like that. Maybe it's stretched a little, but that's just like because the thing is, if I didn't pull it off, it would have became landfill material, and it's just like no, this is a valuable resource, right? So I'm looking at it like that. So I did it for that reason too. So I'm coming back to the campsite with all this cordage.
See, that's
to use for you know, and I was using it for our camp, right? Just to improve our camp situation. So,
see, that's the thing with like survival. Survival is a two-part thing. One, you know, half of survival is scavenging, being able to reuse. Then the other half is the skill sets that you need for it. You know, but most people are not going to be able to use both sides of survival. They're either going to excel at one side or the other, you know.
Okay.
And that's why, you know, there is no master of survival, because
always
not everybody.
Always a student at it, right? Always a student at it, right?
Yeah.
You teach when you can.
New things to learn.
Oh yeah, right. Exactly.
Do what, Shadow?
There is always new things to learn.
Well, you should be always changing with the times, adapting, right? Trying to, right? You know, especially as our things come out, right? Let's just say what I say technology, but I don't specifically mean electronics, right? Where how things are made and stuff like that are engineered or put together. So just in case that's what you find, you know what's inside, right? For example, and I say this all the time. Well, not all the time, but everyone's smartphone, right? Most people don't know this, but there's magnets in there. There's glass in there, right? That you can use to scrape your ferrocerium rod to scrape fat wood. Magnets that if you had a sewing needle, you can magnetize that to get general direction, right, and stuff like that. There's depending on the state of your smartphone, there's reflective surfaces in your smartphone that are mirror like they're thin, but technically they're really extremely shiny, right, for signaling purposes. If it came down to that, and there's metals inside there that you can actually scrape your ferrocerium rod if you didn't even have the glass pieces. So,
and you can also pull out the ground the ground wire and everything and make a.
Well, I mean,
depending on how much of a charge you have,
yeah, exactly.
Fire starter.
Yeah, if necessary. But generally speaking, if you're breaking your phone, that probably means that your phone's not operational, or you've already cracked it, right? I mean, if you crack your phone and you can't really dial out, right?
Right.
Because you can't see what you're pressing. You're like, come on, I'm trying to put 911. No, it's not working.
Yeah. Well, see that like there was an episode of a specific TV show where they had a Nokia flip phone, like the old school Nokia flip phones, like from the 90s, and and there was no signal on it. They could not call out because the screen was busted on it, but it did turn on. So they were able to use the battery as a fire starter. So
yeah,
it was like maybe a, it was
I know what you're talking about. Actually, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. We don't need to mention specifics, but yes, I know what you're talking about. You gotta be careful about that, especially something like that, right? Something like that is probably gonna be last ditch, do at your own risk, right? You're doing it because you have to, not just because you have to. It's important enough, right?
Yeah,
stuff like that. It's just like a lot of things, right? Do at your own risk, right? Some things, they're fairly safe to practice, but other things maybe only do as a last ditch thing, right? Avoid it whenever possible, right? It's just like trying to don't worry about the snake bites, avoid them in the first place, right? Kind of.
Well, most of the time, people see that's a thing that I've noticed a lot of people are scared of. People are scared of like insect bites and snake bites and stuff like that. And 90% of the time, 90% of the time, the wildlife wants to avoid you just as much as you want to avoid them.
Except for the mosquitoes.
Right.
Except for the mosquitoes.
Or leeches,
Yeah,
but
right.
I'm talking about like non-blood sucking creatures, like poisonous snakes and stuff. Because no matter when you go out into the woods, there is a snake around you every 5 foot.
Well, maybe.
And you don't know it.
To me, I see the squirrels, birds more often, but it is possible. I know there's snakes in this area too. They're just not as common here as compared for you.
Yeah. And see, like, what is it? The gray squirrels that are here in America.
Mm-hmm.
If any of them have rabies, they are more likely to attack you and bite you and give you rabies than a rattlesnake biting you in Texas.
I see.
So,
well, if I guess they're more common, aren't they? Or it would be more likely.
Well, the gray squirrels are more up north, closer to your area, like New York area and around the border of Canada and stuff. But they're less likely down in the south. But poisonous snakes and tarantulas and scorpions, that's an everyday thing out here.
Yeah. Okay. I see.
Yeah. And there you are.
I bet we need to give ShadowScoutSwede some talk time here. We're all just talking. We're just talking. He's just listening to us. Are you sure you got the time, Shadow? Because we can go talk on and on, right? So I'm just saying,
Well,
we've seen our live streams together, Shadow.
Yeah. Come on, you should know, right? You should know we can go on and on. So
yeah, I know.
You guys you have to give us a 5-minute warning so we can sum everything up, or else we're just gonna keep going with it, right?
I think we should wrap things up.
Well, do you want to?
Yeah,
Well, do you want to go to the top of the hour? Because you might as well just go up to the 5 hour mark then. That way we can just sum everything up. Right.
I'm
No,
pretty
no-
much done.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
I mean, I
well,
usually give my 2-minute warning or 5-minute warning, just so everyone can say bye and stuff like that. Because no one likes when the stream just ends suddenly. It's like, no, I can't say bye to everyone. I'm just saying, right?
Sure, we
Or
can
your
go for
outro. It's nice.
I just want to thank you for having me up here, Shadow.
I think I've been on here for like
You're
3
very
hours.
welcome.
I think it's been 3 hours. I gotta check,
It was
but
a
I think it's
pleasure.
like 3 hours.
Anytime, brother. Anytime you're on, I'll jump on.
Yeah. I mean, I'll stick around for after the stream ends. We can talk a little bit more if you want.
Yeah, I
The
will
typical
be able
thing.
to. We're about to receive a woolly mammoth carcass that I have to go up to the heliport and guard. Yay.
I say.
Yeah.
So I just checked because I'm scrolling back on the chat. Apparently, I've been here for 3.5 hours. Almost 3.5 hours. I've been here longer than anyone else. Again, I didn't. Yeah, like I can see my chat back from like almost like let's see, that be 3.5 hours ago when Northern Girl Hobbies was still here.
But
It's
yeah,
all the
Tammy,
way back up there.
Yeah, Tammy, you always want to have a backup plan to a backup plan.
Right.
It's
Plan A to
you
Z.
want to have, yeah, pretty much. And even 1 through 10. I mean, because even in survival, no matter how much you've trained, how much knowledge you have, how much gear you have, you will always not have that one item that you need for a specific.
Stay flexible, right? You're gonna stay flexible. You can't and be dynamic with it, right? Not static with it, right? It's just like checking on stuff, right? If you don't check on something, it becomes static. And what happens when things become static? They tend to something happens and you don't know about it, right? And I'm going to say dynamic. I mean, like actively checking on stuff, right? Every so often, 3-6 months, whatever it is, right? Like the food, the batteries, the water, the medication, stuff like that. You know,
I
even
have
with
to get off here, guys. The helicopter is almost here with it. So
take care, man.
Y'all too. Y'all take care also, brothers. Later, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thank you, Shadow. See you again, brother.
Yeah. I'll see you later.
Well, you said you wanted me to come on, and I said, "Oh, I'm busy at that moment." Well, now I've been here for like 3.5 hours talking. Sorry, it's because Tammy brought up the grit down or brown out. I was just like, yeah, that's something to consider too, right? That's something that can happen because of a lot of things, right? Power can go out for whatever multiple reasons.
Yeah, I agree.
Something as simple as being able to see at night, right? Because I mean, especially now, right? We're in the Northern Hemisphere. It's coming into past fall, right? Coming into winter, right? So, nighttime comes sooner, and we're gonna be up next couple months into 16 hours at night, or only 8 hours or 7 hours of daylight. So
yeah,
think of it like that, right? And besides, having a flashlight, sometimes it's just useful even during the day because in the area it's dark and you can't see, right? There's no natural sunlight and stuff like that. And like I said about the washroom and stuff like that, that's just a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't want to be in the dark in the shower when the lights are down and I can't turn on the light, right? So I keep a flashlight right next to the shower. Just in case, everyone knows about that. Just in case, right? I don't use it for any other reason except for that, right?
Yeah.
That way you can get out of the shower, right? Because, Because to me, it's just a smart way to doing it. And besides, I don't want to scramble, stub a toe in the dark, trying to put on clothes and and stuff like that because I can't get out the shower. I can't see in the shower because I decided not to put light in there.
Yeah.
Right. I'm always thinking like that. Right. It's just like going to a porta potty at night without a light source. Yeah. Right. I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I don't want to I don't want to drop something inside or whatever. Right. So.
I can't say I have a flashlight in the bathroom. I don't, but it might be a good idea to have.
You might consider it just like even a spare one that you could just spare away for it, right? Something you can dedicate for it, right? I mean, because for something like that, I don't think you just need enough to see, right? Strong enough to see, and hopefully, it's there when you need it, right? Because, like I said, that would suck, man. You're getting ready for work, and something happened. You're in the shower. It's just like because it would just kind of, from one bad thing to another. Now it's like, oh, power went out. Oh, when I'm in the shower, great. Oh, I didn't bring my flashlight or whatever, right? I mean, I gotta get out of the shower, right? Especially people that live in apartments and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Unless you want to scramble outside the washroom and try to get another flashlight with a towel around you and you're scrambling at that last second, right? Where maybe a flashlight or something in the washroom might have helped, right? So you don't have to scramble out like that. I just, because I remember like older people and stuff like that, right? Seniors and stuff like that, that kind of thing. I learned that from them, right? Because they do that because stuff happens or whatever, right? I think it's because like bulbs used to go out and stuff like that, right? Nowadays it's kind of rare for a bulb to go out while you're actually in the washroom, showering and stuff like that. But there could be other reasons, right? Power down, some sort of brownout or something like that. So I'm glad. Yeah, Tammy, I'm glad that you enjoyed some of the stuff we mentioned, right?
Yeah.
Just things to keep in mind, right? Just things to keep in mind, give you options, right? Because, like I said, I don't want to stress over something, right? Scramble at the last second. Because what usually happens is you get stressed.
Yeah.
Blood pressure goes up, right? Just because you're scrambling, trying to run around, right? Where, nowadays, especially in our first world nations here in North America, out in Europe and other places, right? Something as simple as a flashlight, right? I mean, virtually anyone can get that. You can get that at a dollar store, right? I mean, like, even something like that, right? You just check on it every time you're in Nordstrom. It's like, yeah, it still turns on. Okay, turn it off. Okay, let's go keep doing my thing. But it's there. It's needed. It's there. So it's like, I can finish washing my hair out. Okay, let's get dressed and see what's going on now. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, anyways, I think I'll let you exit, do your outro, save some things. I do appreciate you having me back on once again.
It is always fun to have you on panel.
Yeah. Yes. I say a lot, but I do add a lot to it, right? I always said I'm not knowledgeable in everything, but there is other things where I'll share some things.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can have some other people on. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Ray. That'd be nice if we can have him back on. Maybe next week we'll be on the big screen again too.
Yeah, I will stream next Saturday as usual.
Yes. Yeah. I better make sure. I gotta think of what I say before I say it. I might be on the big screen. There could be tens of thousands of people listening. I want to sound intelligent and smart, not like rambling. And did he just say that? Yes.
Sometimes you have to rambling too.
Yeah. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. It's nice to talk to you, my friend.
Yeah, anytime, buddy.
I guess last 30 seconds here, so like standard, take care, everyone. Stay proactive out there, prepare, plan ahead, have a plan, right? Consider things, right? Just because something is like 0.0001% chance of happening doesn't mean that it's impossible for it not to happen. So I always consider it like that. If you plan ahead, then at least that is less likely to stress you out.
Yeah. And don't forget to adapt.
Yes. All right. Take care, everyone.
Take care. Okay, guys. Time to wrapping things up. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks to the mods. You've done a great job. And it's time for me to go to bed and get some sleep. And, well, I see you next week. Next Saturday, I will have another stream as usual. And I will upload a new video next week as well. So, take care, guys. Stay safe. Be prepared. And I will see you in the next one. ShadowScoutSwede out.